Good evening, everyone. We're starting to get closer to the the proper start time, but I've still been trying to make it all work. But we are back with we're back with some more Book of Hours. I actually noticed that somebody subscribed to the channel yesterday, a new follower to the channel. So I'm going to guess that this is somebody who might have, or actually, you know what? It might also just be the way that Twitch brings it up, because I think there was also somebody who did that in the evening. So if you were somebody who stopped by the channel, subscribed while I was offline, thank you for that. You're probably watching through YouTube, and so this is the most likely way for it to reach you. But I also noticed there's a few of you who do stop by off of YouTube anyway. So regardless of whether or not you're subscribed, thank you for continuing to watch. So we're going to continue on with Book of Hours again. I've been changing up the schedule to more or less focus on it this week. This is because the solar beta will be finishing on the 9th, and I believe, well, okay, at the very least, the last time that I streamed this, obviously Weather Factory is based in the UK, and so there's going to be a time difference, and I have a feeling that probably I will not have the game available to me on Friday. Books are the memory which does not die, inscribed in 5 languages over the gate of Hush House. Go quietly. Book of Hours is not a punishing game unless you want it to be. But yeah, so I'm hoping to cover Book of Hours more. I'm hoping to cover it on Friday, and if I have other opportunities, obviously I want to do that. But I do also need to allow for the fact that, you know, like, right now, this is a chance to test the game and to give feedback and to, you know, find bugs. I've noticed a lot of my feedback. Actually, let me just take a second here and bring up my notepad. I noticed lately a lot of my my submissions seem to be typos, which, I mean, if there's no other way of finding them, it's nice to contribute, but I'm a little worried that I'm not actually giving all that much that's substantive. But I suppose I am really encouraged by the fact that a lot of people really do seem to be into this game, and a few of you are finding the game because of these. So that I am very happy about. So with that in mind, I want to try and get the disclosures out of the way as best as I can. This is an early beta for Book of Hours. Book of Hours, so far as I can tell, is still due for release on August the 17th. I haven't seen any indication that it will be otherwise. I do not envy Weather Factory's task. That's about 2 months away, and this is a huge game, and it's wonderful. But man, like, there is so much to do, I have a feeling, at least. In any case, for those of you who are interested in it, I don't know if the demo is still going on. Hello, Beepo. Thank you very much. Yeah, so for those of you that are interested, honestly, wishlisting the game's probably best. Weather Factory does have a newsletter that you can subscribe to, and you do get to learn a little bit more about the world. There's also things like the WFCat, where you know, all of the different things that have been in the secret histories have entries, or at least seem like they will be getting entries if they don't have them already. There's the enigmas. There's lots of other things that are not Book of Hours that you can occupy yourself with, and there's a lot to get in. And then, of course, there's an active community. There's the Reddit. There's the Discord. I have tried to spend a little bit more time on the Reddit and things like that. But honestly, like, there is that division, given the amount of time that I spend streaming already. Like, there is a certain limit in terms of how much time I want to spend on, like, just one thing. There's a lot of things I'd like to do, and I always feel like I'm falling behind in terms of getting them done, so, you know, I'm not maybe as active as I would like to be. But that doesn't mean that you can't be, and perhaps you will enjoy engaging with these things in a different way than maybe what I do, which is kind of the point of having those choices. But the fact remains that this right now is an opportunity to make the game better, to sort of see how it's working, and provide the feedback where possible. And Weather Factory have been very cool about people sharing the experience, but with that kind of comes the responsibility of making sure that everyone knows it is a beta. So this is the solar beta. This is different from the previous ones that I've done. We've done Curia and Baronial. It does give an indication here in terms of what the... that's interesting. That opens up the directory. Cool. So this build features the main body of the house as well as the Gullscry Tower and the Abbey Church of the Unconquered Sun. It will be available until the 9th of June. But yeah, so with that in mind, right, this is a game which, I mean, again, I'm delighted that people are getting into the game or maybe being nudged from initial interest in that wonderful trailer to perhaps wishlisting it finally. Wherever you are on the journey, just please keep in mind that this is designed for testing and feedback. There's stuff that may change for the final one. I can only assume for the better. And of course, like, let's face it, I'm a bit of an idiot. So I may not be playing the game correctly, or I may be missing very obvious things, but that's just an excuse for you to pick it up and do better yourselves. So with all of that in mind, let's jump in. I have a couple of main goals that I want to do. We're picking up from Monday's broadcast. And those goals are going to be finally healing myself. And I was actually reflecting on this a little bit at the end of the last broadcast. Oh yes, I did afterwards, I actually messed around a little bit with the paints. So I was able to rearrange these. I should actually probably put a ticket in on these just because I noticed the problem with the palest blue. What I ultimately needed to do is move one of these paint buckets away from, just basically move it off of the shelf, and then I would be able to sort of line everything else up. Now, I don't think I'm able to move the moth gold. We've also got the clack track tutoring just kind of in the bottom there. So as you can see, I've been messing around a little bit, and it's caused... we can put this on the shelf here, I suppose. So yeah, paint green, trees are rarely this color. Paint pink, people are never this color. Paint yellow, this paint is nothing like the sun. Paint blue, the sky is rarely this color. Paint palest blue, snow is not quite this color. Paint bosque green, the wood is probably not this color. And moth gold, moths are seldom this color. What is notable though is that this is has a higher degree of moth than, I don't think we have a moth color in here, but it is different from the standard. Although I do notice like bosque green does have the name of the principle or the aspect. I'm not sure if I should make I'm not sure if I should read too much into that, but in any case, we have quite a bit to do. So I was reflecting on this after the stream. Basically, as I was sort of playing around with the... Actually, if you want to know specifically what triggered it, it was finding the blue paint and thinking about the sky. And I was like, well, I've tried to heal exactly one disease. And it seemed to be that I had like the wrong kind of drink, or at least that was the assumption that I made. But that's the thing, that was an assumption. And it may be that there was something else. For all I know, it could be that it was a bug. Although, again, I'm always very reluctant to attribute, like, oh, I wanted to do something and it didn't work to bugs in this game, right? Because this is a game where you try and figure out some mysteries and carry, basically carry on. So, it could be that it's working as intended and I didn't, I just misunderstood what the, the sort of pattern for healing was. Olaf, very good to see you. But I figure I owe it to myself to at least try to heal the despair, and like to do so in a conventional way, because I've kind of taken advantage of the disease I've done well in terms of cataloging books and all of that. We are kind of getting near the end of all of the books that I can catalog, and in fact, the solar books I believe have a lower chance of being what am I trying to say? Like of having a curse. So I think I should probably take another crack at healing. So the other thing I wanted to do, I don't think we're going to be trying to open up any rooms today. I think probably I'm going to focus on my reading, but might not be a bad idea for me to just see what my options are in terms of rooms again. So we've got the Deserted Well, which will require 7 moon or 7 nectar. We've got the Wrecked Pantry, which will require 7 heart or 7 nectar. We've got the Serpent Haunted Bedroom. Now that's a 6 knock or 6 scale, so there may be possibilities here. The Veiled Chamber is going to be more difficult, so that's a 9 heart Lantern Moth or Winter. Now, I do have the Sunny Weather. Oh, actually, right. Because I believe the Despair requires Sky, so I may want to just try employing that Sunny Weather to healing myself. But yeah, like the weather at this point, unless it's a storm, it sort of counts as a memory, and I've been able to sort of bring those memories out by reading books, and so it's not as important as you know, like there are other things that I can do to bring up those memories. Now, it's worth remembering that if I am getting rid of my my malady, it will actually become more expensive for me to generate memories, because it means that I'm taking away these elements of the soul that I need. But it's a price it's a price that's worth paying for sure. And again, my focus right now is not really on unlocking rooms. We're focused on reading the books right now. Okay, so yeah, unless I find so. If I want, I can use the Solomon's preparation. That is something that I could use to get into the glaring room, and I'm tempted to do so. But we have other options available to us, and I'm really at the point here where I should be finding a consistent way to actually make some of this stuff. So that's going to be my goal after we read as many books as we can. But as I mentioned, we've got two books to catalog. And then the point of doing everything early today was so I could kind of see where I'm at as far as lessons learned are concerned. So with all of that in mind, and just a reminder here, we are in the solar beta, we will start... We're going to start getting things done, and I'm not actually going to go to the sweet bones for work. I think I'm going to use all my elements of the soul for learning until we can achieve our goal of getting healed and getting smart. Assistance from Mrs. Kill. Mrs. Kill stands ready to help. You always cheer me up, she says morosely. Midwife's assistant. As somber as autumn, as kind as autumn, she also likes her beer. So we're going to be using the midwife's assistance with the talk verb in order to just generate a stream of memories. Once we have a clearer idea of what we need with the lessons learned, I'm willing to push a little bit further in terms of how do I put it? I'm willing to go out a little bit further in terms of getting specific memories from books. But I've learned enough to puzzle out books in this language, though it might be slow going. You can also use this to improve. You can also use and improve this like any other skill. That's interesting. Oh, and languages. Ah. So illumination and preservation. So I'm curious in terms of the improvement, like clack track lesson learned. That seems a little unusual, but in the tracks of beasts, in the convolutions of his own carapace, in egg vein and shell shadow, the many-eyed one found the signs which can be history. So that's nectar and scale. Also, it's skill language, which currently has 2 little dots, and then... Alright. Ah, okay, and it's not a trade-off, so you can learn a language from someone and... So, unfortunately, this does occupy... Well, we have 10 minutes, so... one thing that I have noticed is that I don't seem to be able to extend the stay, so... or place a visitor card to encourage them to stay a little longer. I suppose the other thing that I could attempt would be to give them a beverage. Nope. What about my bed? Yeah, so as far as I can tell, I am not able to extend the stay of Stanislav John Schaller. So I do want to talk with them, but the memories from the midwife are a little bit more important. So Mrs. Kill has seen more of the world than she usually lets on. Conversations with her yield the occasional surprise. There 'tis and can be no tizzer. Mrs. Kill, as every local gossip knows, came from France to marry Mr. Kill, but there's scant trace of the continent in her accent now. So now that I have a memory, if I use Clack, Track, and Consider... Right, but Regret doesn't have scale. Okay, so we're gonna keep talking with Mrs. Kill until we have some lessons learned. We have a lot of books that are going to become available all at once, so we're building up to something big. Canonically, the librarian is running between every single one of these rooms, reading one word at a time. So again, all of these memories are going to be used as fuel for learning. If I want to make an attempt on a room, fair enough, but that has to happen after everything else is done. Oh, there is one thing I want to do though, and that's to get back the Arab. A quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the clouds. Excuse me, I think the clouds chase the sun. Oh yes, given the state of Canada right now, we've got a ton of out-of-control wildfires, and the smoke is leading to, like, huge air quality problems in, even in the States, because apparently the environment does not respect international borders. God. But I now know what forge weather looks like. It's very, very smoky here. It's basically like camping. Like everywhere you go, it smells like camping. All right. Learning time. I mastered the mystery of this book and gathered the lessons it concealed. So this is Deoris Book 2. The Lionsmith makes monsters to defeat the Tribune, but the scars of the Tribune are each a weapon. So we get memory foresight from this. So this is a good one because of Disciplines of the Hammer. We're going to be able to level that up. Although I think we committed that. Yeah, so actually in this case... Well, no, it's not a big deal because we needed something on the illumination path. Okay, so I'm going to read these one by one, but I want to make sure I'm not duplicating certain memories. So this was Etery After. We don't have any We don't have anything, any reading out of that. And Inks of Containment, I don't believe we have that yet. We've got Inks of Power, so I've gained more understanding of Inks of Containment, which is Moon and Winter. So we can collect these. Moving on. Heart onwards. I've mastered the mystery in this book and gathered the lessons it concealed. So we've got a confounding parable, preliminal meter, which I thought we had, but I think that was actually the previous book. So I mastered the mystery in this book and gathered the lessons it concealed. Bells and braziers, or braziers? Braziers. I keep getting that wrong each time. Bells and braziers. Okay, so we already have a memory foresight. So if I can, I would like to, I'd like to use that as an input. So I suppose the disciplines of the hammer is the obvious, way to deal with that. So the one thing I can't do here is just go memory foresight, memory regret. At least one memory must be a relevant lesson. Well, we need to use the foresight, otherwise we lose it. So yeah, here we go. Consider. There's always more to learn. Improve this skill to level 2. This will increase its aspects, which will help with crafting and make it suitable for higher branches in the Tree of Wisdoms. Okay. Oh yes, there was one other room that I should have checked out. We will get on that momentarily. Okay, Memory Fear from the Stolen Histories. I also didn't see what lesson we got from that. Okay, Coil in the Chasm. So that's another upgrade for us. Or sorry, Coil and Chasm, not the Coil in the Chasm. Okay. I think that's all of them. I will admit, it's sometimes, like, it's easy to lose track of, it's easy to lose track of everything that you've put effort into, so I do kind of want to make sure that I'm not missing anything obvious. It's less difficult if you're zoomed in, but there's so many rooms now that okay. So and then I have this nice little, like, there's a nice little aid in the fact that we were only reading books from these shelves. So, okay, so Lady Ava's Repose is one that I need to work on still. The other line, Deoris, Stolen Histories, Vincent's Minglings. Okay, so actually what I can probably do here, because I've got some winter to throw at the problem, I can actually get a head start on reading, not the Carmine Petal, but Lady Ava's Repose. So let's start with that. So we want to put in Whist. We can probably use Snow Stories. And then I figure we just toss a regret in, and, well, hang on. So Forge and Sky, Nectar and Scale. But then none of these are going to be, it's only the Coil and Chasm that will be an improvement, so. No, so we can put a regret. Okay, winter a conclusion. I can master the mystery in this book, enough winter to match mystery winter. So, we've got what we need as far as the readings are concerned. So every text, basically every achievable text in this room has been taken care of. I apologize, I've not read all of the Brian Levinson works. I've read those in a couple of betas, so I'll leave them aside for now because we have a lot that we want to get through, but I will follow up on that when I can. Now, we needed to figure out where we're getting the moth or the heart from, and summer's probably the best time for that in terms of hirelings, but we'll see if we can do better. We also want to figure out how to make a pigment, but maybe we'll leave that for another time. So, what I do want to try is see if I can figure out how to heal this tryst. So one drawback here is this takes edge, but unfortunately I don't have the relevant skills to help out with despair. So now we need to see if something will accept a combination of edge and sky. I actually don't think there are that many edge beds. Well, actually, here's an idea. Do I have an edge and sky skill? Not really. Okay, cured with sky. This malady can be cured with bed rest, something suitable, perhaps effervescent to drink, and this much sky aspect to cheer the haunted soul. So, the bed rest seems to me... Well, actually, I guess there's... if I pick this up, I should be able to see the relevant beds. What I'll do, just as an experiment, oh, but it doesn't accept sky, right. Okay, well that kind of puts a damper on that. Well, this seems to take both, or does it? I don't think I have any sky for memories here. Oh no, of course, we have the... Alright, so that helps us with the awakened feather, but that's not really what I wanted. But that's fine, because it's not a bed, so I wasn't actually expecting anything out of that. That was more to see if it gave me a tip. Okay, before I go too far down the path, let's go to the remaining desks. So I should just be able to... A new skill, that resonance which lingers from the hammer's touch. Preliminal meter. I have gained more understanding of preliminal meter. Use this card with consideror at a desk. New skill, 9 modes, 9 horizons. The subtle rhythms of words which open ways. I thought I had another desk available. Ah. But this one's available. So this wouldn't have been my first choice because I wanted to use this to catalog the books, but it'd only take 10 seconds. So, all right, a new skill, the inks in which the histories are preserved. All right, so 10 seconds and we can add these all to my... to my list. All right, inks of containment, the inks in which the histories are preserved. 2 winter, 1 moon. This is Horomachistry and preservation. I think we're pretty good for level 1s at this point. We've increased disciplines of the hammer. Of course, this is one that's already committed, so we didn't gain as much as it might seem. We should have... Right, we were reading that book, so that's not as relevant. Preliminal meter, 9 modes, 9 horizons, the subtle rhythms of words which open ways. So, ethistry and illumination. Bells and braziers, that resonance which lingers from the hammer's touch. Now, this is worth noting that it is has sky aspect. Oops. But unfortunately, this does not accept forge. Okay. But I also want to improve coil and chasm. I think I'm going to do memory hindsight here. There is always more to learn. Improve the skill to level 2, which will increase its aspects, which will help with crafting and make it suitable for the higher branches of the Tree of Wisdoms if you haven't already committed it, which we have not. There's actually a Skolakosophy one as well, so that could be my level 2 Skolakosophy. There's Tiz and can be no Tizzer. Mrs. Kill, as every local gossip knows, came from France to marry Mr. Kill, but there's scant trace of the continent in her accent now. I'm not entirely convinced we need to be talking with Mrs. Kill for memories right now, because we've gotten all of the lessons learnt save for finishing this book. So let's... Oh, hang on. We'll give this 10 seconds. Yeah, I am gonna wait a little while longer, but we'll just keep we'll keep it idle. What I will do though is start cataloging the books. So catalog a solar period book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's solar Gothic period, roughly between the 1000s and the 1500s. If I examine it, I can learn more about this knowledge, about what knowledge it might contain. All right, the skill is now level 2. Its aspects have increased. So, before I chat with Schaller, at least one memory must be a relevant lesson. So this is the hard part, right? If I want to improve my clack track, I'll probably have to pay him again. So I can identify my visitor's interests and satisfy them with an appropriate skill or book. Alternatively, if they know a language I'd like to learn, I can offer payment. Okay, my visitor has nothing to offer me for now. So I'm curious how I might get a lesson learnt from the language, presumably by reading books and that kind. But either way, we can help them out. They are looking for either higher levels of heart or higher levels of nectar, and I honestly don't know what the better option is here. Do I keep going down one path until I can't satisfy them anymore, or do I slowly raise the level? I think probably let's keep them on the heart path. I don't know if I have a heart 2 to throw in there, but My visitor has questions about blessings or wardings or life. I have answers. Consider. Do I have anything I want to consider? Probably not. So this is the point I would start considering going to the Sweet Bones, because I think we are done for the day. Okay, now I have an idea of the book's nature and its contents. The Tripled Heart, that mystery, that's text yet unrevealed in beta. That's a Grail mystery, so that's one we can definitely satisfy. Oops. In fact, I'll probably get to work on that right away. There's a small danger just because we are near the end of the day, but this takes Grail. So I think what I'll do, I don't have Arab, but I can maybe use my Tryst. Yeah. And I suppose I can either use the satisfaction memory, but desires and dissolutions should be sufficient. So it does deny me the witching to Sane, but I think that's okay for now. So I can master the mystery in this book, enough Grail to match Mystery Grail. And we will catalog that last solar book. I should have put it on the... Okay, I'm going to be disciplined about it. I should have done it the other way around. I do not want to use one of my other elements of the soul until I've healed myself. So. I deserved a little quiet time. Okay, so this will take Forge, but unfortunately it does not take Edge. So I think just again verifying the state of the different beds. I think it's fair to say that the infirmary is the only option that I have in terms of locations, and so as a consequence, I need to find a skill that is either Edge, Heart, Knock, or Nectar, and Sky. I'm sure I've examined this before, but yeah, so glass blowing and vessel crafting is the best that I got here, which is not nothing. So let's see what we can throw at this. Oh, but the memory still doesn't help. So a sunny day doesn't help here but a thunderstorm would. And in fact, I have a way of dragging that out of memory. Or at least something equivalent to it. So let's think of that. I've got my notes here. So I want as much sky as I can get. If we have a genuine storm, that's best, but... These aren't the memory. Here we go. Okay. Yeah, so Solace is 2 heart and 1 sky, and I feel that that's not gonna cut it here. Interesting. We actually, so far as memories are concerned, it actually seems... Well, no, confounding parable. Oh, hang on. We already have a confounding parable. But that... Right, because the confounding parable has moon, rose, and sky. For some reason, I thought there was knock there. Okay. This is actually a little harder than I thought. So yeah, the best I've got is Solace, which makes sense, right? Like, we're trying to cure despair. So I've got 1 sky that I can put towards the problem with Solace. In theory, I've got glass blowing and vessel crafting. That brings me up to 2. So the other elements that I have would be visitors, fatigued, or beverage. Oh, hang on. Nope, it's only going to take... Right, because it can't... Yes. This will never be fatigued, so... yeah, so we'd have to do this. We'd put glass blowing, vessel crafting. So really, it's only beverages that I have an option for. And so, you know, again, we return to the question, well, where do I get the beverage from? And presumably fizzy lifting drink has 3 or more sky. My writing is pretty terrible. But yeah, unless I find a way of making a memory of a storm. So if I can make a memory of a storm, I can bring that number up to 3, and at that point I just need 2 sky for a beverage. But again, where I get 2 sky from a beverage is a whole other question. I'm pretty sure we went fairly carefully over the, you know, over all the different rooms, and I'm not, well, actually, that's not entire. There's actually one thing I'm willing to experiment with. So I seem to remember there was some stuff that might have had sky, but as like a lesser aspect. I'm trying to remember where that might have even been. Okay. It's not ideal, but it might give me a message that I can make some sense of. Oh, I'm sleeping somewhere else at the moment. Well, maybe what I do then is I decamp. Yeah, that's a good use of the health. So Hush House is a mansion of many rooms. I'll move to a different one. So at the very least, I can sort of prepare for my my rest. I still don't think I have. I don't have like the full picture, but I can move. I can move closer. All right, and then I still want to. Right, I can't catalog because we're not using. Not using the right desk. So the danger that I'm going to run into if I catalog and try to read this book tonight is I may get a lesson learned and then we get hit by Numa. How encouraging. You've satisfied your visitor and earned a reward, but the more they learn, the harder they will be to satisfy in the future. Okay, so we're going to keep talking with Mrs. Kill just to get those memories. Gather my belongings, refresh the sheets for any guests I might have, ready to move on. So I don't believe I'm going to be able to claim one of the beds. Moving in. This isn't my bed yet. Use a health card to move your belongings in and make this your bed. So that's fine. I wasn't going to spend the time waiting to... I wasn't going to spend the time refreshing the health, so I can leave that aside. I think I am willing to use a shaft in the Sweet Bones. So there's not much work on offer in Brandkrug, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. This is just because I've got like more than one of it. I may... if time permits, also use the Arab just for an extra memory. But we'll see. And I actually think that we may not have the option of cataloging the book. Well, sorry, we can catalog the book, but we're almost certainly not going to be able to read it on time. I heard sounds. Okay, memory regret. There it is, and be no tizzer. Mrs. Kill, as every local gossip knows, came from France to marry Mr. Kill, but there's scant trace of the continent in her accent now. I may want to consider kind of manufacturing at this point. If we use the foundry... I don't exactly need the bitter black salts, but I think it's something for me to do, right? With that in mind, perhaps we also go for the Witching Tisane. No, we don't, because we're currently using that skill. But I should be able to use my Disciplines of the Hammer. Yeah, it wasn't quite how I was expecting to do this, but... Oh, I messed up. There's no way around this. I'm losing this for sure. So I was reluctant to give up the scale, and I'm trying to think why. Oh, right, because of the crack track. I think we'll go for the libidic tincture. At this point, I want to learn a little bit more about what these skills get me. I have a feeling that kind of mastering the higher level skills are going to be what allows me to make an ink. And specifically, right, I want to be looking at Inks of Power, Inks of Revelation, so on and so forth. But even just getting some of the basics down, I think would be nice. So, okay, what else? Nope. I masked the mystery in this book and gathered the lessons it concealed. Lessons learnt: rhyme and remembrance. I've gained more understanding of rhyme and remembrance. Use this card with consider or at a desk. And we gained regret from that. So speaking of regret... New skill: to speak with the dead, to torment the living, to celebrate both. May be able to do something with that regret. Another leaf on the Tree of Wisdom. So this is yet another Skolakosophy. So just be, okay. So this would be the sort of thing that I try to use in this bed, right? think against my better judgment, we'll use the Faust and the Sweet Bones. Like I said, we're kind of wrapping up for the day, so we might as well make a little bit of money. This will allow me to catalog, which is good. Okay, I've mastered the mystery in this book and gathered the lessons it concealed. Lesson learned, Tridesma Hyra. So for starters, let's take our despair, and we will use that to catalog the last of the solar books. And then this is clearly a lesson we haven't encountered before, so. A new skill, the rites of the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot, and certain secrets of the gods from flesh. Dusk night has fallen, dawn will come soon. So there's not much that we can get from Mrs. Kill now. We'll just kind of wait for her to expire. And at this point here, it's really just a question of what do I want to put these memories in. And honestly, there really isn't anything, right? Which is not terrible. But I... Actually, yeah, with that in mind, we'll pick up the memory. Alright, the rise, preservation and Bosk. I don't even know what the order is anymore. But again, I want to be pretty careful about my choice to study study this book. It may be worth it, but if we wind up in Numa, then there may be trouble. Okay, Malachite Supplications. So this is an 8 moon mystery. Not obviously one I can't read, but certainly a challenging one, let's say. I think we've got a couple that are like that, so now may not be a bad time to just do a quick catalog of the books that I haven't read yet. So I know there used to be a high-level lantern book. Yeah, so 8 lantern. I feel like we should be able to handle this. No? Well, where do I get the third? I guess the question is where I get the third lantern, because we get 2 from our Faust. We can get 2 from, like, a Revelation or something like that. We can get 3... Well, wait a minute. So yeah, so 2 to 5, then 5 to 7. So yeah, I'm short 1 lantern. And yet I feel like with the Pale Desk, well, would I be willing to give up an ink is the question. I suppose the other thing I can say is like, well, you know, maybe we'll get lucky and yeah, you know what? I think we'll roll the dice. I'm reasonably sure that on the second round we would be able to get the either like a follower or a, you know, a memory or something like that. So let's find Sunrise Awakenings. Oh, I should have wrote down the memories that I got from the different books. That wouldn't be one of these. Yeah, this is the price I pay for not cataloging things better. Okay, let's see what some of my other lantern options are. Got the bitter black salts. One can cook with bitter black salts, but only if one uses them very sparingly. So this is a pigment, a material. I think I'll let them stay on the bridge. I don't really have a place for them. Oh, and Levitic tincture. Now this we do actually have. We have kind of an icon for it, so it makes it a little bit easier to put it somewhere. So I think it makes sense to put that on the shelf here. A much more potent preparation can be extracted from the remains of labite, but labites generally frown on this technique. Okay, so Locksmith's Dreamstone and Reflections will get me what I need. I've already mastered this text, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So when I take a look at the other things that I can do, I'm trying to think of different ways that I might be able to read some of the difficult books. So for instance, 8 Moth. So if in terms of a skill that I can deploy towards that, or not Moth, Moon. Yeah, it looks like we're at, the highest we've got is 2. So there's possibilities, but not, they're not as solid. Okay, so I was waiting for daybreak. We've got, we don't need to worry about losing the memory now. I think, well, you know, it's going to depend on the day, I think. So if I want to hire someone, I think we're still getting the miner. Then again, maybe that's what I need. Let's take a look and see what the memories. Okay, cloudy day, so that's moon and moth, and honestly not a lot of either. So I don't think we should really count on. So essentially what I can do here, I can say, well, given that we have moon and moth, we do technically have something that we can use to enhance moth. So I can use my Tryst to go. So now we've got 3 moth to work with. And then the question is, how do I get the other 2 moth? Now I can't use a memory because the memory has already been occupied. So what are the other options that I have? And again, I could maybe give a drink, but you know, what is the drink that I get? Like, what's the thing that I can give? Actually, with that in mind, let's take a minute here and see what skills we can apply in the kitchen. So if I put health in here, yeah, I'd still need to find more scale to toss in. Interesting. Bisclevet's not. Use earth to trace a sigil of the hill children. Okay, so what if I put sky? Well, let's not try the sky. So this was another scale one. I think if I would need to find the memory anyway, but I have a feeling it would be the same result. So what I'm particularly interested in here would be, oh, here's a question. So with herbs and infusions, I had a health. There's got to be a way that I can put some nectar in here. Close to me now, but... So maybe what I want to focus... Like, I'm trying to think about where I might get something sky-oriented. Well, with that in mind, let's maybe take a look at what places will accept sky. But clouds don't have a sky memory, so where do I... An awakened feather. And the awakened feather... That's 2 scale, 1 scale. So what I want to think about here would be, okay, so if it comes down to that, how do I turn that into like the higher level item? I don't think that happens. So I think we're going to give it a rest. But I do need to, again, we need to come up with some decisions in terms of what we do. Like, we have a day available to us, and so this is one of the first times that I haven't really had a game plan in terms of what, like, what to do. And I should be thinking a little more carefully about, like, what am I really trying to accomplish here? We've read the books that we wanted. Oh, well, I guess I was working on, lanterns. So yeah, there is one thing we can do, which is the Rose of Woznai. I think in this case, we're gonna bring Mrs. Kill in, and that's just so I can enhance her with lantern. So Mrs. Kill's mood always improves when I drop by. If you don't choose a topic, Mrs. Kill will offer to help as a friend. Perhaps another thing we can do... Oh! Potted dragon tree. I think that came from the... so perhaps some gardening may be in order as well. So we're in springtime. So the shining... Okay, summer and autumn. Moth orchids in spring and summer. Honey scar jasmine in autumn. Catsclaw in spring, trumpeter's lily in summer. So again, part of this is just seeing what we have available to us. So gather cat's claw carefully. Its mischievous thorns find ways through the thickest gloves. Okay. I can also start trying to open some of these packages. So I'm not sure what the deal is with the contraband flotsam, but there are definitely other things we can open. So let's go room by room. Another thing I want to note here is I want to pay attention to places that have Solomon's preparation. So it's a winter moth moon. I do note it's a bucket of ashes and bucket of seawater, so the seawater may be relevant. But again, like we would want to see that duplicated in the other place where we find Solomon's preparation. In which case we don't have the seawater. We have turpentine, gull's egg, serpent-styled glass, wolf snow ampule. Oh yes, I should maybe take a look and see if I have a lantern instrument. But yeah, in any case, I just want to get a peek at any, yeah, so we've got a box of oddities. This would be something for me to consider. A tiny treasury of forgotten things. Perhaps there's a real oddity in here somewhere. So in this case, we can basically use anything. Let's go... I'm actually kind of reluctant to use the tryst here, so we'll use Shapt for a start. Something small and curious. Crack open the container. Delight in your discovery. Skill stands ready to help. You always cheer me up, she says morosely. Okay. Collaboration will go memory, tool, beverage, sustenance, and an element of the soul. I am actually going to take the time to find a lantern tool if I have it. Well, I guess it was a librarian's glasses at one point, but... yeah, I actually can't think of any... This would be a rose... well, rose and moon tool. Oh, actually, I should pay attention to that. A moon tool... no, less useful than I thought, actually. I'm gonna wait the 3 seconds, so I do want to get the revelation again, so... okay, so what we do here is we talk with Mrs. Kill about the revelation. Ah, crack open the container, delight in your discovery, so we got a bronze spintra for that. Hard to complain about that. I think I'm okay giving up an Arab, so crack open the container, delight in your discovery. So here I'm going to get the revelation for reading the book. So just a reminder, what we're trying to do here is read the Rose of Woznai. So we need an element of the soul, or, well, we'll wait till the consider it, or I guess I can do this here. So we need a soul, a skill, and a memory. So we've got the soul element of the soul is worth 2 lantern. The skill is worth 3 lantern. I think that's my best lantern. Yeah. So what we're kind of banking on is either being asked to provide like a memory or a follower or kind of wall painting. But again, I'm feeling more confident about my ability to get that. Okay, amethyst ampule. Were it released from the glass, it would be quite another color. So it has asked us to provide glass before. That would be for pigment, I believe. But we've got our treasures from the foundry. I'm gonna avoid trying to open the contraband flotsam again. Or, well, actually, I'll try opening it, but I'm gonna try opening it in another room. Just taking a look at that. So this would be a good example. Like the slim parcel, we're probably going to get something out of it. Contraband flotsam is a bit of a question mark. But it does say cache, so something interesting must be sealed inside. Use consider on this. Well, actually, you know what? Let's give this a shot. So investigate the object. You won't use this up or oh. Okay, actually, because it's warning me about that, let's just try all of the... So it may be that Arab is better suited for it, or it may be that this is working a bit differently from what was intended. So let's just let's move on from that. So something especially tasty. Crack open the container. Delight in your discovery. Ah, more cocoa. Should probably put that. Right beside the wine. Okay, I'm reluctant to use the tryst just because we do have a moth room we want to investigate. So I think we'll open a package with a box of rarities, a tiny treasury of forgotten things. Perhaps there's a real rarity in here somewhere. Let's use metal to open that. Crack open the container, delight in your discovery. Okay, memories don't last long outside books, but it's made a difference for the day. So here we're gonna talk with Mrs. Gill again. Something small and rare. All right, another yellowing newspaper. Looks like that wound up on the bridge. Oh, there's flotsam and jetsam. I think one of them can be open, the other one can't. A year tally. A chitty worth an additional year of life, scrupulously obtained through carefully balanced thaumaturgic attention to the cindered tally of the madrigard. So for those of you who have played Exile, you'll be familiar with this. And this is a mark, a fragile, unstable trace. Okay. Okay, so both of those don't open despite the fact that they say cache. We may have opened everything that can be opened then. Incidentally, I did check out this room, so there's a few more items that I can click on. So the red quarterstaff and the dappled quarterstaff, the poacher's bow, the... Oop. the hunter's bow, dappled practice sword, red practice sword. I think we already clicked on the crossbow and the sentry's bow. I have a theory here about what's happening, that basically there is a kind of like a hitbox, and I think what's happened is it's overlaid on top. Oh, here we go. So this one's on top, but that one isn't. Yeah, okay. I should probably update my email off of this one. But yeah, what I suspect you're probably supposed to be able to click on all of these things, and what's just happened is the practice equipment is on top of is basically on top of everything. So I'm incorrectly selecting that item. Okay, let's think. I could go for money, which is a little disappointing, but well, it's midday. Maybe we can find something more exciting to do with our aspects. And come to think of it, maybe I should be thinking, yeah, I should be thinking again about what kinds of skills that I want to learn the recipes for. Maybe I'll start making some notes along those lines. Okay. I'm going to do exactly that. So sorry, I know the progress has been kind of slow, but this is a chance for me to learn. So... All right, yeah. So I was looking at this, so I said, okay, auroral contemplations can potentially grant Eigengrau. So I was like, maybe that has something to do with lantern or edge. But when I take a look at what was the other one that gave me Eigengrau? Magathene Mysteries. That's a heart and a moon one. So it seems to be tied to the skill rather than the aspect, which I think kind of makes sense. But again, we're back to this question of where do I generate some well, we know we can make the feather, I suppose. So maybe what I should do, maybe I'll just make another. I think I'm going to take a second here and make a separate document to start recording these. Oh dear. Sorry, the app's being a bit difficult. You know what? It's just easier if I sit down and type it all out. So I do have a laptop beside me, so I'm gonna take a second here and just type this. And I realize it's not that exciting, but it's gonna be a lot better than me just trying to fiddle with text. So I'm gonna type in skill. Space. It seems that there's two different outcomes for each one. So we've got auroral contemplations. Actually, you know what? I'll just do it in the order that I've got here. So furs and feathers, transms and liberations, inks of power. So I'm particularly interested in the inks. Inks of revelation. We should have a third ink, inks of containment. Magaphine mysteries. Anbury and lapidary. Watchman's paradoxes. Sights and sensations. So that one you think might be pigment oriented, but I believe we've used that to get a witching to sane. Miniscates, reflections, preliminal meter, bells, and braziaries, Tradisma, Hyra, ragged crossroads, horns, and ivories, edicts, liminal, coil, and chasm, rhyme, and remembrance. Disciplines of the hammer. Need more sheets. Glass blowing and vessel crafting. Okay, and snow stories. So I haven't recorded the workspaces that I've tried with these, but for auroral contemplations, we've gotten. Did I not write auroral contemplations? Okay, so for auroral contemplations, we know we've gotten Eigengrau. Eigengrau is a... Oh, come on. Okay, for doors and... door and wall, we've got the secret threshold. So this one's useful because it's a 2 knock and 1 rose. Those aren't always easy to come by. Magaphine Mysteries also produces Eigengrau. Furs and feathers give us an awakened feather. Probably not the most shocking of the outcomes. And maybe we want to try and see what that will do as an input, but it's a 2-sky one scale thing. Inks of Revelation gave us Refulgin. But it also gave us Mothgold Paint. So we should expect similar results from Inks of Power. I'm going to try it, but the reason... So, like, this can be kind of annoying to just have, like, a broadcaster sit down and work all this stuff out on their own. But what I'm specifically doing here is I'm trying to work out some patterns in terms of, like... Maybe here's a better way for me to put this. When I play Cultist Simulator, there are the hints that the game gives you in the text. There are the hints that you can get from reflecting on, like, your current situation or, like, looking at the different aspects. But one thing I really like about Cultist Simulator is that it... there are a lot of times where I'll do a particular thing that I think might give me some progress, and I could not give you a rational explanation why I think it's right. It's just kind of like, I've got a good feeling about this, and over time they tend to hit a bit more than they miss. So there's a lot in Book of Hours, and it's not easy to keep track of everything. So one of the things that I'm trying to do here is get just kind of that familiarity with the environment to sort of think, like, if I look at something like Menescape Reflections, I'm sort of like, okay, you know, I'd maybe expect this to be like, you know, Snow Stories, let's say. And it's not necessarily because they share aspects, but it's more, you know, these are... Or, you know, Auroral Contemplations might be another example. Might even be a better example, actually. You know, I'm expecting these to maybe generate things like memories. Inks, I think it's not too surprising that they generate pigments. Furs and Feathers, again, probably shouldn't be as surprising that I wind up with they're like... how do I put it? Like, it's not surprising that the inks give me, like, pigments, right? Furs and Feathers, it's not surprising that one of the items I get from it is a feather. And, you know, again, what I want to try and do is, as much as I can, be able to say, okay, you know, I think it makes sense to try Anbury and Lapidary in, you know, like, the Forge or the Workbench. And basically to minimize the amount of trial and error that's driving some of my decisions. Well, I mean, like, we interact on Twitter. So I wouldn't say, like, I've not stared into the man's soul and, you know... I don't think I have any special insight into the game from exchanging, like, tweets with the people who made it. Welcome, by the way. Like, they're pretty open on the blog about the development of the game, so I actually think probably most fans of it know more than I do, because I've actually fallen behind on the blogs. But anyways, where was I? Like I said, sorry about the digression in terms of working out the skills, but I feel that this is going to save us some time in the future, in terms of what the just in terms of, like, the trial and error. Okay, so there's a Savage Hymn from Disciplines of the Hammer. That's not human. That's a 2-sky. Ah! Oh, interesting. Okay, so 2-scale. Also, did I use up my health? Yes, I did. I went gardening. I need to remember to get a bed. 2 sky, 2 scale, memory. Okay, so remember that I said I was having the trouble getting the elements necessary. No, they don't take drat. I was thinking maybe the Savage Hymn would help me, but it doesn't. But again, you can see where there's an advantage in terms of you can see where there's an advantage to taking the time to sort of review this and sort of put it in a more organized form. Witching Disdain from Desires into Solutions. That's the one I've used the most. So Sights and Sensation have also given me an Awakened Feather. Resurgences and Emergences gives Tangle Break. Now, I don't think I have, I don't actually have that, so. Emberian Lapidary also gives a feather. Perhaps surprisingly, but... And finally, the Ragged Crossroads gives me a Savage Hymn and a Bittersweet Certainty. Okay, so most of the skills I don't know anything about at all, but what I now have, just taking a look at the state of play, I've got three elements of the soul, one of which is going to be occupied in research, and then. So what I should probably say is I've got Forge, Knock, Moth, and Moon with which to experiment. So, transformations and liberations. Did I write that down? Yes. Magaphine Mysteries. I think probably the best one for me to work with would be something moth-oriented. So, let's find my 2 moth and see if I've... Okay, so Edict's Liminal. Wait, I didn't write down Edict's Liminal? Random aside, you totally enjoy seeing you learn things you don't know and work... well, I'm very glad to hear that, because that's certainly... That's going to be the experience of Book of Hours for the foreseeable future. But yeah, so let's take a minute here, and what I'm gonna start by doing, I'm gonna start hitting as many of the moth skills as I can. So we'll take Edict's Liminal. We'll add that with... What am I doing? I guess I can use the bed for this, so skill... Oh. Barber's chair, of course. Okay, so Edict's Liminal, Trist, and Clouds. So that will give us Tanglebrag. And sorry, I just need to... Autocorrect does not like... Oh, I don't mean tradesman. If I meant tradesman, I'd write tradesman. Okay, so Edict's Liminal, which is... Did I forget to write that one down too? No, here it is. Okay. So for that, we get Tanglebrag. Okay, so the other thing I want to do is just see if there are any other moth places. And what I'm particularly interested in here is... does it give me a different outcome? Based on the workstation. Right, this was the moth. Yep. Okay, so yeah, it seems to be that it's just it's specifically the moth that's triggering this. So this may come back to bite me, but at least for a foundation, what I'm going to do is say, let's just assume it doesn't matter what the workstation is for a start. Like there will probably be a time I want to check that assumption. But for now, we're just going to say, as long as it will accept the skill, it's going to produce the thing that I want. And I suspect the way it tries to enforce common sense is the fact that, like, the foundry will take metal and fuel, whereas, you know, the piano will take memories and elements of the soul. But yeah, as far as moth is concerned, that's it. So maybe now what I want to do is find anything with a lot of moon in it, or alternatively, maybe we look at Shapt with its 2 knock. So, or no, hang on. I do want it to be moon because that's where the memory comes from. So, Magaphine Mysteries. I don't think that's going to be enough. I think that's just going to be 4. So yeah, maybe we... Okay, so do we have anything with 3 moon? Right now, I'm just really want to focus on the low-hanging fruit. I don't want to bend over backwards. Like, maybe at the end of the day, after we've got some memories, we can see what we have left over. Okay, not too much. So, we move on and we say, do we have anything with 3 knock? And if we do, it's an opportunity for us to learn. There we go. So door and wall. Now I think we probably know what door and wall is going to get us. So I would suspect that this is the secret threshold. Yeah, so we already know that. Although I will take a second here and say... So we're waiting to figure out what the forge equivalent of that is. Okay, horns and ivories would be a good example. Actually, I'm surprised that we haven't explored that already. Okay, that also gives me a secret threshold. Okay, so finally we take a look at Lantern. Or I guess technically if we had 4... well, if we have 4 of something, maybe we... I'll consider that later, but... okay, so what I'm looking for here would be 3 Lantern. I keep mistaking skill for Lantern. I should know better, but I still keep getting caught by it. Okay, so Auroral Contemplations I think we're already familiar with, but again, let's not assume. Let's just see what we... Yeah, so Eigenbrow is the Lantern. Oops. Okay. Okay, so we'll leave that be for now. We've got again, there's other things that we can do, but I think this is a good start. And again, our main focus is going to be on gaining the lantern that we need to be able to read this text. So that's my main focus. There is one other thing I want to try and do here. No, actually, I know how to handle this. Okay, so we're also done talking with Mrs. Kill. So we've got Impulse, so we can still chat with Mrs. Kill one more time. Now again, we are... This is not a riskless operation. I guess I don't need to use the pale desk unless I'm going to use an ink. So we use the... Auroral Contemplations. So this gets us up to 7. And what we're relying on is 3 tests, one of which we're hoping is a memory or an assistant. And if it doesn't if it doesn't turn up like that, it is quite possible that we will lose the FOST. Also looking at a painting is another option. So anyways, perhaps you've provided Lantern, but not enough to match Mystery Lantern. If you're lucky, you might still succeed. So just trying to think if this moth gives me something that I didn't have before. Actually, I guess it does. So I can now see transformations and liberations in the barber's chair. But I did hear a click. Oh yeah, sorry. There's one major thing I need to do. I need to get more Lantern. The click may not have been one of my Oh, there it is. Okay, Cat's Claw. Edge, heart, it's material, leaf, fuel. Cool. And we should have another... There we go. This is Moth Orchid. The true moth, the flower that opens as it changes. So knock, moth, and nectar. Okay, so I do have a couple of options available to me now that I've got Memory Impulse. So we are going to catalog. This is not a bad way of going about it. So like instead of, like there's that initial investment that I make of putting like a lot of, oh, this is interesting. Evolve via preservation. I could use preservation here to evolve my soul. Once you've committed a skill to the preservation wisdom, you can use that skill here to combine 3 identical soul cards into a greater one. But you must use a skill that you've attuned to that wisdom, and it'll work only once. Aha. So if I get a 3rd heart, I can give myself super heart. Okay, that's good to know. That actually gives me a reason to start locking in a few more of these skills to the Tree of Wisdoms. But again, the reason I'm most reluctant to move through the Tree of Wisdoms is that I don't know what lessons learned I'm going to be getting in the future, right? And it's kind of this regret minimization framework that I'm working with here, where instead of sort of banging my hand against my forehead saying, "Oh, you idiot! You know, you could have gotten X, Y, Z." It's one of these cases where I'm like, well, it makes things a little inconvenient for me, but in the long run, it's going to mean that I can achieve more. So, again, is this going to be the way that I play in the future? I don't know. But it's certainly something that, because I don't know how many more books, so I know there are books in the next 2 rooms here, and it's not out of the question that I'm going to move up there. What I wouldn't do is start saving some skills for like these rooms, especially because as we've been going deeper into the house, we've actually been finding fewer books. So, yeah, I'm not. It's not like a. I'm not gonna. It's not like a hardcore rule that I'm setting for myself, but it is definitely one that I want to. Now that's interesting. So there's potential here for apprentice level recipe, provide 5 degrees of moth. For a scholar level recipe, provide 10 degrees and a suitable ingredient. Keeper level recipes need 15 degrees. So for one reason or another, it does not want to accept the combination here. So this is interesting, right? It may mean that transformations and liberations does not have the same. So why would you accept? That's really interesting. So like if you look here, right, you pick up transformations and liberations, it's showing all of these other. Oh no, I think I know why. Because it takes anything. Okay, so this may mean that I'm actually going to make a quick note. So it may be that not everything has 2 recipes, or it may be that Yeah, so again, this may actually be working as intended, but given the fact that it's telling me I need 5 of an aspect, and I have 5 of an aspect, I figured that's probably not bad to report as just saying, this may be working as intended, but here's how I experienced this. It's telling me I need to do a thing, and I can't. Oh, okay. This actually makes things a whole lot easier. So we do Inks of Revelation. We do Memory Impulse, and we do Tryst. Okay, so we can get Moth Gold Paint out of the Inks of Revelation. We might have done that already. Yeah. Okay, door and wall. Again, we're focused on Moth here because we've got Memory Impulse. I think I already tried Edict's Liminal. Yeah. Oh, right to the roots. Okay, Tangle Brag. Did I forget to add these ones too? Man, I forgot a lot of skills. Okay. So the other thing is that we do have a point of nectar. So if I get, if I inexplicably have something with 4 nectar, that is something I want to follow up on. I don't think I do, but it doesn't hurt to check. So like this is a good example, right? If I get something with scale, basically anything with 4 I should be paying attention to. It's like if I had my health available, I would definitely be able to see what's going on with the herbs and infusions, but we don't, so we won't spend too much time thinking about it. So in this case, what we're doing at this point is we're waiting on memories to open up more possibilities for exploration. Like I said, today today in game was not a great day for me to do that because I didn't have a bed to refresh my my elements of the soul. But okay, so this gives me 2 Grail and a heart. Now I wonder if I have some 3 Grail. 3 Grail and 3 hearts, what I'm looking for here. Sorry, 3 Grail, 4 heart. I don't think I'm going to learn anything new because I've explored Grail pretty carefully. Arab doesn't really get used that much. Well, like I use it for Mrs. Kill, but like I don't use it on its own that much. Ah. So I don't think we know what Regensburg Bomb does. But I at least know it's an option. Okay, so we're fine. We'll carry on. And again, just as the memories keep folding in, we'll gain more and more understanding of the various skills and what we can do with them. And we'll try to... What I'm eventually going to do is I'm going to start using these to find out like what they are, and specifically the things that seem most associated with either improving people to gain access to different rooms, or possibly to heal myself. Okay, there's still a chance. So we get 3 draws on this. And I've got a stolen secret. I can't remember if that gives me anything special, but I need to make sure that Mrs. Kill is available now. Okay, stolen secret is Knock and Moon. We already have Shapt available. Well, actually, so if we have Shapt available, I can actually open up. So the requirement is any 2 knock. So I'm going to do another quick review. So we've already done door and wall, but we didn't look at preliminary meter. Okay, unsurprisingly, that's a secret threshold. I think we already did horns and ivories. Yeah, that was also with the secret threshold. Edict's liminal, we're 1 short. But glass blowing we can find out. Amethyst ampule. So that will also probably get me glass, which I would not be surprised will eventually turn into an ink at some point. No guarantees, but it doesn't hurt to just sort of state what those assumptions are before we, before we go deeper. So I will actually. So what I'm also wanting to do is, if I can, like over the course of the playthrough, I want to queue up what I can. So like we've got two elements of the soul that we can deploy by the end of the day, and I fully intend to use them to. I fully intend to use them to, like, to access, or to see what some of these unlabeled or unknown ones do. Okay, so obviously if I could have if I could have rested, it would have taken me 90 seconds and I wouldn't have access to the Faust anyway. Although if I'd kept a Whist open, I think this would have already been... Yeah, well... Let's not spend too much time on regrets. We almost blew it with a revelation, though. I'm just trying to think if there's anything I want to do with memories. I don't think so. Like, I can try and queue up some memories for the skills here, but that's going to take a while, so let's just let the day run by. Okay, there's still a chance. Again, we just need 1 lantern, so we just need one of the 2 to turn in my favor. Rest my eyes. Take a moment to look at something here. Increase relevant aspects by referencing a piece of wall art. Well, there really only feels one appropriate choice here. The stained glass window of the watchman. The way is lit for the willing and for the unwilling. Oh, do I not get to put the... That's an interesting problem. So like if I want to use the Watchman, like we should have an option here, but I'm sure we will find another piece of wall art with lantern on it. It's just going to be a bit of a search. Yeah. So I suppose actually at this point too I can talk to Mrs. Kill. Revelations. Okay, this is a big one for us. 2 auroral contemplations. So, the Rose of Woznai, the heretical teachings of a disgraced offshoot of the Sisterhood of the Knot, that arcane contemplative order that existed in all histories. This was recorded by Woznai and dedicated to Saint Respicius. So, the offshoot favored by Woznai, the true sisterhood, followed Saint Respicius in pursuing ascension in the name of the door in the eye, the merciless hour of light. Saint Respicius failed, perhaps, because the larger sisterhood tracked him down and ritually strangled him. But Woznai outlined steps for those who hope to succeed. Seek in dreams, seek the mansis. The third mark can be achieved only when one has passed the stag door. One must pass the wood, one must rise to the white door. The stag door awaits the light bearer in the sight of Girby. I'm wondering if because this is in like this JSON format or something like that, it's like only counting one of the quotes. Ubi sunt. Where are my kindred? What is the giver of treasure? Where are the benches to bear us? Joys of the howl bring us together. This mood increases certain aspects. This was the third of the options. Okay, so moving auroral contemplations up is not going to be easy. So my best bet would be to try and get some edge. So I can't rely on another. Revelation, obviously. But the Wainscot histories will give me edge and moon. And then the high traditions of noble endeavor will give me forge and lantern. Edge a trophy. I've mastered this text, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Oh, also I'm going to take a note. So trying to keep things in the places I found them, just because it's a little easier for me to remember. Okay. See, I'm trying to get back into the habit of writing down the books. So with a little luck, talking with Mrs. Kill is going to give me... Actually, I should also be locking in a few of these. So you know what? Let's... Let's do this glass blowing and vessel crafting. I'm just trying to find a knock station to do the work at. All right, shape, tint, fill a paradoxical knock ampule. So I'm going to wait on the tryst for a little. I'd want at least one element of the soul to be able to explore some of the other options. Although I guess we do that with the edge. Okay, so if I've got 3 heart or a 4 sky. We've already looked at heart though with the memory. Well, hang on. Let's just double check. It doesn't take that long to review all of these. I may also have to make a quick. Oh, sorry. I may have to take a quick break. Yeah, so that's nothing we can really work with here. So if tomorrow is Numa, that's very bad luck for me, but hope still remains. Okay. I don't think that gives me something I don't already have, so that is 2 sky, but I don't really have any other sky. Or, no, hang on, furs and feathers. Ah, that is going to give me something. Okay. I think I am going to try, so with moth. The Regensburg bomb. I think we should give that a shot. The catch is, okay, hopefully the 14th. I think it may already be too late. No, it can't be too... Trying to think of the best way for me to still learn about something. Heart. I may regret this. All right, their endeavor itself is pure. Oh, sorry, we've read this a few times, so I'll leave that aside for now. All right, so first thing we want to do here is improve auroral contemplations. So that means revelations, foresight, and one of the lessons learnt. So I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. So this also opens up some possibilities in terms of the edge, but we'll worry about that a bit later. I should be using my Tryst to... I think it's unlikely that we're going to get what we need, but... Alright, the skill is now level 3, its aspects have increased. So the reason why I say this is going to be a bit tricky is that... so we need 3 more memories, one of which is going to be the Auroral Contemplations. So essentially that's 3 of some combination of Lantern or Edge. Now, I definitely have a way of getting... so like there's Fear, there's Revelation, and Foresight would be a combination. But the likelihood of getting those by the end of tonight is another question. And I don't know in the case of Numa. I suspect in the case of Numa it will be at the end of Numa where I lose the skills. But still, it's like it's a loss. It's something I need to take seriously. So what I'm kind of trying to do here is accumulate whatever I can. 2 rows. Close, but not quite there. Okay. Yeah, so like my suspicion here is that with Numa, what I'm going to do if it comes down to having to use the Auroral Contemplations before I lose it, what I'll probably do is just go hard on trying to find the memories that I need from books, and then any remaining skills will be used for exploring Numa, which admittedly isn't the best, right? Like, I'd kind of like to just explore Numa, but I definitely don't want to lose the lesson learned. So, Regensburg Bomb, an invaluable herbal cure introduced to Hush House by the physician Natan after his exile from Regensburg. So 2 heart, 2 nectar. Just gonna update my notes. Liquid, what seeks the depths flees the heights and cannot be constrained by chain ever forged. We'll leave that for now. Okay, got another gossip, which I don't think will... Well, hang on. Okay, workbench doesn't take memories. There is a possibility here. Let's see what happens in 20 seconds. It just occurred to me, no, this doesn't take memories. Never mind. Either way, we'll need a soul card. So, okay, there's the revelation. Again, I don't think there's a situation where we walk away with a new memory before dawn, so I should probably just try and get the revelation again. Okay. So what I do want to do here is take a second and see if I can find a... So I want to find something that will take memories. Okay. Yep, here we go. So if we do Inks of Power. Ah, there's the catch. This will still probably work though. Salt Sign. And this really isn't in my interests, but I'm actually more interested in seeing what comes out of this than potential memory. So I'll be a little bit behind, but I think this is worth it. So that was Inks of Power with... So yeah, let's see what that turns up. So first thing I need to do is, once I refresh my skills, I definitely need to claim a bed. And then after that, we'll see what comes up. Okay, how much longer do we have before 20 seconds? We can claim the bed right away. Clean white sheets and the unmistakable military ping of a steel bed frame. Use a health card to move your belongings in and make this your bed, or place a visitor card to encourage them to stay a little longer. I'll make this my lodgings for the time being, and we will move our cup of water, our faithful cup of water, into its old location. So I am interested in seeing what the... storm. Okay. Lots of potential here. So I think it's fairly clear. Okay, so there's two things I'm gonna do. So three things actually. So one is gonna be I'm gonna talk with Mrs. Kill. I'm gonna use the storm on her, and I'm going to boost her with my health. And now we can unlock. Now we can unlock the second floor. Now my original reasoning for that was this might bring me closer to getting some kind of medicine, although it may not be necessary. There may be other things going on there. Oh, hang on. I'm actually gonna have to wait because the storm has heart. If I combine that with furs and feathers, that may actually wind up healing me. And at that point I need to make the decision, well, do I go for the healing, especially given that, well, I guess if I unlock the room, I'm going to want to unlock more books. But yeah, anyways, so very likely we're going to unlock this room with Mrs. Kill. I want to go through any skills that have any heart in it, because, well, actually any heart or any sky, because at the very least this will be good for getting information. A storm is basically guaranteed to give you the base element for each of these skills. Following that, I am going to want to try and explore the auroral contemplations and such. But I gotta go. I'm gonna be back in a little bit, but I gotta take a break. So I will run ads. Just so get up, go away, get a glass of water, do what you gotta do. But I will see you all in a couple minutes. Okay, hopefully we're clear of the ads. Thank you all for your patience. Didn't need to wait for the kettle this time, so... Okay. The most sensible first task would be to account for my heart. So we'll just use the workbench here because it's simpler. Okay. So the Magaphine Mysteries gives us so Moon gives us Eigengrau, Heart gives us Regensburg. Hang on, I should also have an amethyst ampule kicking around somewhere. It's probably one of these beds. There we go. Okay, it has its uses, but none of them are simple and few are safe. So that is a 2 heart, 2 knock. So, again, keeping in mind that I'm potentially going to want to use glass to make a pigment. So just to give you an idea in terms of why I'm thinking along those lines. I guess this is a chance for me to pick up and move a few of these items too. Let's put the animal bones in the granite slab. I guess it can go in. Well, where am I gonna put it? Yeah, I guess you stay in the inventory for now. So the year tally. If there were space in this. All right, I'll live with it. Bitter black salts. I don't think there's any room for this, to be completely honest. Yeah. Well, we don't need to get too fancy about it. Okay. So I'll try and give a sketch of what I'm trying to do here. So let's say Auroral Contemplations. Combine that with Faust. Hang on, don't I have a Refulgen? Now I'm wishing I... Also... Where's my, Where's my cursed, or my despairing, tryst? Right, we're making salt sign out of that. Okay, so, right, because I wanted to test that with the bed. I need a revelation, so I'll leave that aside for now, because it's possible that I'll actually get a higher. Well, yeah, actually, no, we may. Okay, I think we're I think we're in shooting distance, if not at our first higher level recipe. But I'm going to leave that aside for now. I still want to see what's going on with heart. So I'm pretty sure I've already taken a look at herbs and infusions. Yeah, so that was my Regensburg bomb. I really would have thought I had more heart than this. Okay, but there is sky for us to investigate. So, furs and feathers, I suspect I know what this is going to tell me. I think it's going to be... Nope. What am I doing? That's not surprising, but I wanted to make sure it was the sky. Okay, Enbury and Lapidary. Also an Awakened Feather. Watchman's Paradox. A Wistful Air. That's got to be an Awakened Feather. I should have done it this way a lot sooner. Involves less shuffling. Okay. So that's it for, like, so for my heart and my sky, I've sort of explored all of the potential for my skills. Storm is very useful. So we are gonna carry on and get Mrs. Kill involved. And then we're going to give it some time. Because again, I still want to get my auroral contemplations up as well. Mrs. Gill stands ready to help. You always cheer me up, she says morosely. So I think the first thing we're going to do no matter what is talk with Mrs. Kill. That's just going to be a source of rumors. If I want, I can also get more rumors using Arab, but maybe I want to come up with a better use of my time. So we give it 3 more seconds to see what assault sign is. Elegant as an alchemical formula. So that is also a mark. Okay. Now, I'm going to experiment with healing. So, previously when I tried the... Oh, no, I need to camp. Okay, but we've got a minute before that happens, so let's get some memories. So first up, I'm going to get a revelation. I maybe should be thinking about, well, okay, so... No, even if it means I'm wasting things a little bit, I'm actually going to sit on... No, okay, there's a... So... I can use my Shapt and my Whist. I could use them to get memories faster. Yeah, you know what? I'll do that. Okay, and then I think I need some fear. Well, fear or lantern. The wainscot history should do the trick. If I can remember where I put the wainscot history. There it is. So the pale desk would have been suitable. Yeah, here we go. So yeah, in a minute I'm going to be able to raise up my auroral contemplations. Now, it is also worth mentioning here that if I wanted, I could actually cross the Rattling Bridge with this ink here. But the thing is that these inks seem somewhat powerful, at least compared to... what is this? Gossip. Yeah, they seem powerful compared to what I otherwise would have access to. So I want to see if I can maybe craft an ink to cross the area. If I struggle crafting inks, then okay, you know, I'll think about moving it elsewhere. But I don't want to. Oops. I feel like I should know where Walter goes at this point, but my mind has been focusing on other things. Ah, excellent. Okay, so we've got the echoes. Yeah, so we just need one more memory and we're good. Although I should have been chatting with Mrs. Kill. Although I guess the question now is, do I talk with her about the storm, or... I guess we don't do that yet because we've got 5 seconds. Let's talk with her for the assistance. So let's take our... Okay, so before I do that, memory fear should give me some information. So gossip is Grail and... Okay, yeah, we're actually going to queue. So basically, we're going to queue through the memories. We're going to make sure that we've cleared out everything that we can, and then we're going to move into using them. So memory gossip for a start. We can add... Actually, so first of all, do we have any rows? No, but I do have Arab. So if I have 2 or higher on Grail... we can test it. And again, I've pretty much seen... So this is witching to sane. We already know about that. Yeah, man, I did not do myself any favors by sorting this. But I'll live with it. I'll live with it for now, because otherwise I'm going to go insane. So this would be nice, but I don't have like the last... Or do I? Surely there's something Grail touched. Domain Reveline? Too many heart flowers. Oh, there we go. Warmly colored yarns. A beguiling memory. Okay. We're not going to use it, but it's, like I said, this is a chance for me to learn what I can build at the base level out of these components. Right, we already did desires and dissolutions, not important. Okay, so it seems to me, as far as gossip is concerned, we only had 1 rose skill, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, more importantly, do we have rose? I don't think we have rose. The only thing it could be in would be core, I guess. Okay, so we clear that out. We're good with gossip. So now we do this with fear. So memory fear, what we're looking for here is scale, which would give, that would be some heart. So we've got 3 scale. We potentially have more. I don't think it'll take the holiest Hemalith. I probably shouldn't spend that much time looking for scale stuff, because it's not clear yet whether or not I use... No! I can't see there being any scale in... It's a long shot, but I want to... Oh, there we go. So, the reason why I'm doing that is I can now find out everything that's got scale. I can learn what I can build out of it. So, I'm pretty sure I already checked this, but... I did not. Okay. So horns and ivories, we have both recipes for that one now. Okay, I'm noticing a common pattern here. I'm also surprised at the amount of scale I have once you actually like sit down and account for all of it. Aha! I can brew a minor ink of power, a binding ink. So that is potentially huge. Well, not huge. Like this is potentially big for me because it means that I don't need to worry about the other crafting. How are you doing, Takri? Good to see you. So that is inks of power. What it means is that it's actually less complicated for me to get past that initial challenge. So, do I not have? There we go. It's like perhibiate. So that's what I'm probably going to wind up building for myself no matter what, but I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. I still want to study what I can. Okay, so I may want to consider edge. Yeah, we might as well consider edge as it is right now. It's a little more challenging though because I don't have the same. I don't quite have the same power. So this is only two edge, for instance. And the best I can hope for, I don't think any of the weapons in the practice room are actually tools. So I don't see, or the saw might be edge, yeah. I believe I have more than one saw. Or maybe I don't. No, come on, I gotta have more than one saw. I'm almost certain I've seen. There we are. Double-fisted saws. Saws akimbo. Alright. Miniscate reflection. Torg's cleansing. Purge myself of harmonious resonances, accruing some personal edge. It won't be pleasant. I'm gonna put a question mark, exclamation mark beside that. Because this sure feels like this description feels very... It feels very mean, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Okay, I feel like I've already put down Levitic tincture, but let's... this was Ragged Crossroads. No, okay. And for some reason I've also not written down what I get when I make a lepidic tincture. Which seems weird because I know I've made one during this playthrough. But fair enough, it's not that hard for me to write that down. Okay, so... And that gives us... 2 edge, 1 lantern. Okay, slowly but surely. That was easy. Again, I'm sorry to spend so much time just record keeping for myself, but there is a design behind this. Okay, Torque's cleansing. Now, I don't think there's going to be that much for me to check out with Lantern, but let's, you know, we'll treat it like we do anything else. This will be a little more straightforward too, because any Lantern immediately... Well, again, I'm getting the base level. Okay, Inks of Revelations for Fulgen, which I'm almost certain... Yeah, we've written down, in fact, Inks of Revelation we have all the information for. I think we also have that for, yeah, Grau. So one of the reasons I'm writing this down too is that okay, Tanglebrag from Watchman's Paradoxes. So one of the things that I'm trying to do here by focusing on the workbench, when I try to craft with these afterwards, my hope is that I'm going to... so I could have made things a lot easier with if I'd used the contradiction. But we do have a moon to check out, so let's see... I don't think I'm going to get as lucky. I don't know, does any of this stuff seem like moon to you? Not feeling very confident. Yeah, I don't think it's worth spending that much time investigating, to be honest. We probably have better ways of getting Moon, to be honest. So okay, so that's a start. So even though it's not the most efficient use of the day, I'm going to wait out. Yeah. All right, this is a safe place for me now to the extent that dreams are safe. So the logic here, and again, we've applied this before with a different curse, but I think it's good to test this stuff. So this will take Edge, Heart, and Nectar. So in order to heal myself, and then it will take Visitor, Malady, Fatigued, Beverage. Although for some reason it will not take... This is one thing that kind of weirds... Oh, hang on, because it's a memory contradiction. Although it doesn't really matter in this case because the Faust... Like, the Faust doesn't apply. So, the idea here is that I'm limited in terms of the different skills that I can apply. But in this case, I've got Furs and Feathers, so that's a scale and that's a sky. What? Right, no, sorry. It was the Coil and Chasm? No. Ah. One of these had sky, surely. Or maybe they didn't, and that was the challenge. Okay, I mean we can still recover this. I guess what I do here is I add the... I can't add the Faust, that's right. Okay, well, it does mean that I need to hold on to the Storm a little bit longer. No, hang on. Right, but I can't do anything with these in this slot. Okay, yes. So, I did have a way of generating sky memory, and it didn't have to be... Wait a minute, but is it a sky memory? Because I already have a sky memory. I need a sky skill. I don't think... Yeah, so I can't actually test... I really thought I was going to be able to test this. And it's clear I wasn't thinking straight. Okay, so like the reasoning that I had was so for instance I could make like an awakened feather, which is 2 sky and 1 scale. It's a thing, but it's not a visitor, malady, fatigued, or beverage. So at this point I need a soul, I don't know. Well, we're so close. Let's actually see this thing through to the end. Oh, I also have Forge to check. So let's actually make sure that I don't have any sky drinks. I'm pretty sure this one was... Yeah, okay. That's where I went wrong. Yes, cure my malady, you supplied enough sky. So there's an open question as to whether or not it's any drink that will do. But that's okay. I'm in my happy place as far as my ability to cure this this malady. We are going to talk with Mrs. Kill about the storm. We're not going to cure the depression. Sorry, I don't know why I keep pointing to this. But I'm happy that I now know that I'm basically one storm away from being able to cure this when the time comes. Okay, now I do have the option of checking out some forge, so we will do that now. I've got my metal available, and again, hopefully this doesn't take too long. Westcott's compounds. The reflections include alchemical techniques. I can use those to prepare an odd set of compounds with a variety of uses. So definitely some of these seem like very... just from the descriptions, like it seems like some of them are more powerful than others. And again, we'll have opportunities to explore all of these. Right now, I just want to I want to basically get some records. Okay, bitter black salts. I'm pretty sure we... Wait a minute. So where'd the savage hymn come from? Yeah, I don't think that one makes sense. I think I made a mistake in terms of where I wrote this stuff down. So... bitter black. Which apparently I've not written down an entry for. I'm running out of places to store all of this. Okay, so it's a forge material pigment. It's a little more effort than I was expecting, but there we go. Door and wall. Okay. No surprises there. That's transformations and liberations. I don't mind that there's this many duplicates, as long as it tells me basically as long as I don't need to redo the work. Okay, and again, we've already explored lanterns, so we're good. All right, so first things first, we are going to move up the auroral contemplations. And so one of the things that I want to be focusing on now, notice that I'm actually moving around the fear here, and that's because I've wound up with a couple of scale items here. So we've got Bisclivert's Knot, Parabiates. Probably just those two. Yeah, both of those are things that I want to follow up on. I think there was a forge item for me to check as well. Oh yeah, there were actually a couple of edge ones as well. But yeah, so Memory Fear opens up a lot of possibilities. Are these notes in the Excel spreadsheet? Yes, I have started, and it's actually Apple Sheets, I think it's called. Numbers. Apple Numbers. And again, the funny thing about this is I believe all of this actually has its origins in a big spreadsheet. So playing this game, I'm really just putting together a less efficient I'm putting together a less efficient spreadsheet than the ones the developers are. So, how you doing, Dendrian? For those of you who do not know them, we've got... I actually haven't seen Dendrian streaming recently, but that's just because I've not been paying that much attention to Twitch. But Dendrian I found through Against the Storm, which is not the only game he plays. It actually convinced me of the value of Graveyard Keeper, and he's currently playing The Legend of Zelda. Crap, what is it? Tears of the Kingdom is the new one. You saw the Cultist Simulator article with the... Oh, you mean the... Are you talking about the one where I did like the network analysis? Another fruit plucked from the from Knowledge's tree. Out of curiosity, has anybody here in chat not seen my network analysis of Cultist Simulator? I don't like. I can't. I'm not gonna like go into all the details about how it works. But I am happy to show you this very ridiculous image that I create. It's like tens of megabytes big. I'm pretty sure. I have it on my iPad. I think it used to crash my old iPad, but I think that was just because I was out of memory. So, but yeah. Anyways, I'm happy with that. I do intend to do something similar for Book of Hours. I can technically do it now, but I really do not like the idea of using the beta to, like do an article like that. The beta is to test, and one nice side effect of being a streamer is that you get to sort of show people the process of testing the game as well. But like sitting down and doing an article and like releasing it before the game comes out. So number one, stuff can change. And number two, that doesn't really feel, especially given the fact that I think there were some people who sort of data mined the game. And I'm not quite sure what they did with it, but it seems like, it definitely feels like it was not in the spirit of the thing. So I've kind of decided that anything that isn't directly related to me sort of playing the game on stream is just going to be something I wait for the release with. Because, I don't know, it feels... That feels in the spirit of what this exercise is. But I also need... I actually do need to say there's a community member, Lyra Zyder, who very helpfully gave me the database that he was using for his own project. So it actually saved a lot of the... It saved a lot of work for me. And I know that for Book of Hours, I'm going to have to go from the basics and, and build up from that, which I'm perfectly happy to do. But obviously it does involve, some work on my part. Okay. I've held off the Hour of Doom long enough. I suppose the question now is, what do I want to do with my tryst. So what I probably should be working on right now for like, so Inks of Containment. So like a good example of this, so Inks of Containment, I haven't explored Winter and Moth. I haven't, actually what I'll do here, so Sights and Sensations. Actually, this is not a good idea. So what I'm going to do now is just start reading some books that will get me memories that will hopefully inform me about what's going on. So Winter seems like a good place to start here. So thank you for the compliment, by the way, Dendry. I'm obviously probably more proud than I should be of it, but I'm glad that people are finding it. The thing I regret the most about that particular article is that it really is written assuming that people know Cultist Simulator. And if you have not played Cultist Simulator, I don't feel it makes as much sense. Well, I can't remember if you play Cultist Simulator or not, so maybe I shouldn't be saying that. But needless to, I think the thing I liked the most out of it was that was an opportunity for me to just apply a few little, network analysis tools that I'd learned and like just play around with some software that I was learning. So like NetworkX and Python is a good example. And, just being able to understand ideas of centrality and things like that. But what impressed me the most was how, without nudging the analysis in a particular direction, applying the different cluster, like the cluster analysis, not necessarily telling it how many to look for or something like that. It did a really good job of just identifying a number of the principles in the game that seemed to be important. I know people didn't. There were some people who were rather unhappy that I said that the secret histories, didn't count as a principle as all the other ones. And, obviously centrality is not the last word on that, but certainly, like, as far, if you care about the network analysis, it is a subset of Lantern. It's in the end, it's kind of up to someone to decide whether or not they consider that to be relevant to the main question that's being asked. I should probably try and get a Lantern memory, just to see if I can do something with making the pigment. But again, I've got other tasks that I want to work on first. Okay, Stolen Secrets. I don't think that's going to get us anything we haven't seen already, but we will now talk to her about the weather. More useful than one might expect, especially in Britain. So we're actually also getting close to the end of the day here. Okay, let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts. I think there's some value in getting... Well, I am going to want to catalog some books. I don't know. I think we're going to still talk with Mrs. Kill to get some memories. Okay, so there's my regret. That's going to get me the winter that I wanted. Now, it's also moon. So a confounding parable will help me there. I just don't remember where it is written. Is. Ah, shucks. This is what I get for not organizing the library. Well, obviously I've missed... Ow, for heaven's sake. Alright. But we're going to go back to our usual routine, and we will see what mysteries Winter tells us. So we don't need to worry about the forge part. We've already used the foresight. But if I combine that with my whist, I should be able to learn a thing or two. Okay, bittersweet certainty from the Ragged Crossroads. We already knew that. Okay. Inks of Containment. Eigengrau. Snow Stories. Another bittersweet certainty. Rhyme and Remembrance. Sweet certainty. Did I not look at the... No, we did. Okay. Sights and Sensations. I think we might already have that, but... I didn't. But it's Eigengrau. Okay, so that's Winter spoken for. I think I'm already working on my next improvement. So, but yeah, Moth. Sorry, not Moth. Moon seems to be the one that I'm gonna want to take a peek at. That may also be one that's a little harder for me to get everything that I need, but we'll be in a slightly better position than we were before. And there are other things I can do, like, oh yeah, if I get more than one moon memory, aha, yes. If I get more than one moon memory, then the barber's chair becomes an option. So, the contradiction will get me one moon. No, yes. I feel like we can do better, though. An intuition from the Orchid Transfigurations is what the doctor ordered. So I'm pretty sure I've done this with Grail already. I'm just going to take a quick second here and see if I have a single Grail. Yeah, so the Tridesma Harea, we had the Beguiling Memory. In fact, there is a slight argument. Let me find my weakest edge. So the Meniscate Reflections. Yeah, so it actually seemed to me that maybe this is the time we build whatever it is. Oh God. I need to find a better way to navigate this spreadsheet because it's already kind of unwieldy. The Beguiling Memory. I don't think that would be a bad idea for me to see what that produces. So, where's a good Grail? I guess the kitchen would not be a bad place for that. So we take our memory satisfaction. I can always make a witching to sane, but the thing here is I get to learn something new. So, stitch together phrases of sacred music to make something delightful. Ooh. Do we have a Grail instrument? Yeah, that's got to be the double bass, right? There you go. Sorry, Beguiling Melody, not Memory. Okay, so we slouch on to Bethlehem. This is one of these things where I feel like, again, you put a bunch of initial effort in, and then it pays off when you're not scrambling around doing this every single time you want to try and do so. I mean, I'm kind of just justifying after the fact, but I do like the idea of maintaining rather than completely rebuilding. All right. So I'm going to take a second with the confounding parable, although the thing I want to check isn't currently in our possession. But let's go... So I guess it's the barber's chair is the one that's most interesting for this. Right, it's moon. Moon's a different thing. Well, bed doesn't matter because it doesn't craft things, but the... Nope. There we go, the harp. So yeah, that's 3 moon. Wouldn't it be wonderful if I could find... Oh, there we go. Okay, inks of containment. Catwink. Brew a minor ink with a virtue against vermin. So I'm actually probably going to use that. But let's see what else we can get. Okay, Eigengrau, we probably already saw this. This is kind of nice to get the verification for a few of these too. Midnight Mark. Okay, concentrate nocturnal resonances with a careful sigil. So, desires and dissolutions is really helpful. I think I'm still going to focus on getting the ink, but... So the one thing, the reason why I'm waiting on that is I do want to see what I do want to see that one last moon that I haven't worked with yet. But I'm kind of at the point now I can start looking and see. So like Edict's Liminal. Shouldn't I already know what's an Edict's Liminal? Okay, so maybe we look for Moth then? So Transformations and Liberations is also Moth. Preliminal Meter is Rose. Although we've got 2 Gossips, so we can actually learn that right away. Oh, but we know the Moth for Edict's Liminal. Wait, what? But we don't know the Knock. Okay. Coil and Chasm is Nectar. Oh, okay. How did I miss this moon? Okay, Midnight Mark. Wow, I'm missing a lot of these. Okay. Resurgences and emergences. What am I missing here? Oh, right, because I don't have resurgences and emergences. Rites of the Woods. And I could spell... Okay. Okay, that's a Moth. So there's some strong arguments for Moth, but there's also strong arguments for Nectars here. Yeah. So the question is, do I actually have any Nectar memories? I don't really think I do. So perhaps we wait for rain on that. But this is why I take notes. So I wasn't completely disciplined in terms of... Okay, so traveling at night will give us 1 nectar. We could read that multiple times in a pinch. I don't think we have anything more intense for nectar. But if I can put it in a moth, probably a moth instrument would help. So I could theoretically generate 3. Yeah, okay. So I think the way that I can handle this is that I could generate up to 3. Well, no, I couldn't actually, because impulses are unique, so I can only generate 1 nectar. Okay. So I basically have 2 nectar to work with on any given day. And then if I wanted for Rose, I've got intuition, but I already have gossip, so I'm good to go there. Okay, so reading traveling at night makes sense in 2 ways. One, because it gets me 2 moth, but also because it gets me oh, but which of them traveling at night? Traveling at night 2, probably. Yeah, so the advantage to that one is it gets me... so it doesn't just get me the nectar, it gets me the moth that I wanted as well. Okay, so the final question that I have for myself, because I do actually want to start locking some of these things in for... I want to start locking some of these in for the, like, the information that I get. Do I have any more scale that I can get? So I get 2 scale from fear, which I already have. I can get Rose from intuition. No, so far as I can tell, fear is our only source of scale. Okay. So, we still have some time left in the day, but not a lot. And so, essentially, this is going to be finding out how I can use... Like, what I want to be doing here is I want to use all of my elements of the soul to basically learn what the unknown... skills are going to do. So a good example here would be with Forge, Westcott's compounds, with Menescape reflections. Sky for the Watchman's paradoxes, the Wistful Air. So I may not be able to generate that because we've already... Well, hang on. Confounding Parable may help, actually. But by far the most important for me right now is the Prohibiate, the Scale Ink. So, let's go... I'm trying to think what the smartest way to generate the... I don't think there's such a thing as a scale bed. That was Inks of Power. So I don't think I have enough. Oh god, that's corny as hell. So obviously there was some way that I was able to put that together, but you know what? Let's run with it. So I gotta keep my health open to check the nectar stuff. So the winter and moon. So I'm saving the moon, but I want to see what Catwink is. Forge for Westcott's compounds. That should be pretty straightforward. Or is it? Because this is actually winter. Okay, I'm going to look at my first... I've basically got two columns, which is like the first thing I discover in the second one. So, of what remain, in the first column, we've got wistful air, which is sky. We've got, it says tongues cleansing, that should be torgs. Wistful air, beguiling melody, which is grail. Probably not going to be able to do anything with that. Or actually, we already are. Bisclavret's not. Now, we've already used up my scale, though. Although that's coil and chasm, so actually I'd probably just need fear for that, so I may want to reconsider. Other than that, that's everything. So, furs and feathers with scale, the knot. Transformations and liberations, for whatever reason, it does not seem to have a second item. And I don't know if that's intentional or not. That's a moth item. So Catwink, which I think we're trying to build next. Westcott's compounds from Forge. I think Midnight Mark is the only one that... And then the ones that we don't know about, Edict's Liminal, Coil, and Chasm. Right, because that's Nectar. Desires and Dissolutions... Wait, what? Didn't I just do this? Yeah, Midnight Mark. Okay, resurgences and emergences, but we don't have that. Rites of the Roots, I'm assuming that's because it's Nectar, yeah. Okay, yeah, so I mean, we can't do anything with the moon yet because I want to mess around with it. But I don't see any reason why we can't use Forge. Okay, so Miniscate Reflections. Surely we can do better than that. Well, it's efficient, so... Alright, so we're leaving the Tryst... I guess if I could get Sky somehow. And then there was some Rose stuff that I wanted to check. So what was the story with that? So I think I want to keep the Whist, but the Shapt should be... The Shapt should be free because I think I already know. Chunky Man Gamer, thank you very much for resubscribing. My god, there's a lot of messages here. Is this game a little easier than Cultist? You can't breathe, it's all Canada's fault. You've been coughing for 4 days now. I'm so sorry. It's Forge weather. But no, like it's at dangerous levels now. So please take care of yourself, because I know you've been trying to. But thank you very much for resubscribing. This game is easier than Cultist Simulator. There's a lot to do. So what I've been doing here is I've been trying to figure out what I can build with all of my different skills, which has kind of caused me to be spending a lot more time on pause. But I'm doing this so I can put together a little spreadsheet so that I don't have to do this again. But yes, this is specifically intended to be a much gentler Cultist Simulator experience. There are dangers in the game, but like Cultist Simulator will absolutely kill you for not knowing anything, and it starts you off by not telling you anything. This game, you get this opportunity to explore this huge and interesting house, and there's just lots of things to do. And so the tone is very different. And I mean, it's, you know, I kind of feel this is all about sort of healing and growth, and like it's just sort of in some ways, not all the time, but like there are definitely some more just positive feelings that are in the game, in my view. I may have just completely misunderstood the game, but generally I feel like it's the niceness is sort of reflected in a few different ways. Okay, sorry, I got a little sidetracked. So I wanted to see something about Rose. So I might as well commit both, because there's only going to be one of them left by the end. So it doesn't really matter what I... Oh. I didn't think about that. Okay, I can craft a confounding parable. I feel like I've gotten one of those before. Yeah, 2 moon, 2 rose, 2 sky. So the crummy thing is, I'd rather not give up a Faust. Well, if I don't learn anything, why give it up, right? Okay, what about the other rose stuff that I can be doing? So we've already checked out the salt sign. Actually might help me. Okay. So honestly, there's not a lot of rose stuff for me to do. So Inks of Power gives me a salt sign. Sorry I'm not speaking directly into the mic, but I wanted to double check that I've got this right. that's concerning. Where's the other one? Yeah, I don't know. Let's use the preliminary meter. I don't think the gossip really gets me anything. Okay, so with that in mind, perhaps after I get the moth, I go for knock. And then the question is, how do I get knock? I get a pattern from advice on containment. Okay, so that's all well and good, but does that give me what I need? Because the knock that I need is for Edict's Liminal, and Edict's Liminal has only one knock, and that's why that one is empty. Okay, so what I need to think about now would be... So I'm just using this to sneak a peek at things that receive knock. I keep forgetting about this loom. I don't want to do the... Like, I can use the desks, but the desks are limited. Okay, yeah, so the shrine's a possibility here. So, okay, so I just need... I need to get one more knock from something. But it doesn't seem like I have any other options. In fact, I've lost the thing that would give me the knock. Yeah, so only the pattern gives me knock to work with. So, I should have other options though. So in one sense, like, I can use more than one shaft when the time comes. I can also try and find a knock ingredient. I do have a mark to work with, incidentally, so that may be another thing for me to look at. But yeah, I feel like there's a lot of lights kicking around. I just don't know if any of them are very knocky. Probably it would be a candle. There we go. Okay, actually, if that's the case, I feel like we've tried this before. Ah, there we go. So that's secret threshold. Okay, so the ones that I haven't figured out yet: herbs and infusions, rites of the roots. Those are because I need nectar. Glass blowing and vessel crafting. Now that needs sky, and it may be that there isn't anything for that. Coil and chasm. Why do I keep forgetting the coil and chasm? Right, nectar. Okay. And then transformations and liberations, and again, that may be a blank one. So we're actually doing quite well in terms of knowledge. So I'm making the 2 inks, if I recall correctly. Or at least I will be making the catwink. Catwink was moth or moon? It was moon, right. So we're not making catwink yet, but we will. I need sky. Sky scale. I guess a sky scale and nectar at this point to just test to see what the other things are. But I am going to need to actually make some progress. So again, I guess the question here is like, do I want to be employing the rest of these skills? Like I feel like there are things that I can be doing. Wait, did I really make the confounding parable that quickly? Nope, I'm just making a new one. I am a moron. Okay. So if I'm going to use this, I should use it now. Well, I've already given up my Faust with... I'm one short. Actually, I might be able to get away with something sneaky. No, I'm not. Well, okay, no, I've got enough time to be able to. I'm gonna need to do a little bit of juggling, but I think I'm gonna be able to make this all work. The aim right now, like I know I'm gonna be getting another room in the house. What I'm trying to do right now is like learn about. I'm basically trying to learn about what I can do with my skills. What are the things I can build? And that's the foundation on which I'm going to be building the even more impressive things. But I want like a baseline in terms of the things that I can build in order to be able to like gain access to... I'm trying to think of like the right way to put it, but like there's basically a subset of things that I want to be able to make, but I need to be able to, like I need to be able to get the necessary components on time. And so with that in mind, like what I'm trying to do here is get like a list of things. Like, so for example, Beguiling Melody, Sweet Enchantment of a Song, 2 Grail, 2 Sky. This is actually particularly helpful with the confounding parable because now I can learn a little bit more about the Watchman's paradoxes. And 2 Grail, 2 Sky is not something I've been able to create anywhere else. So that this is why I'm learning this stuff, because in the end it's going to mean that I can unlock more things. So just give me a second here because I'm getting a nice full list. Okay, and apparently this is the only instance where we've actually had a Beguiling Melody from Grail. Everything else seems to be making Witching to Sane. Mind you, it looks like we don't have that many Grail. We don't seem to have that many Grail items. Okay, well, that's still helpful. So we're going to use the harp, and we're going to do that because I do want to learn what moon does. Another confounding parable. And sorry, I've there's something that's kind of obstructing my vision a little bit, so I'm struggling a little bit just to jump between the two screens. So I apologize for the extended silence. It's just I need to concentrate a little bit more, just because it's like sort of the kind of how if you like go from a dark room out into like the bright, and then you go back in the dark again, and sort of you get this shimmering image. I think sometimes people call them like a visual migraine or optical migraine, maybe. That's kind of what I'm feeling. So I'm not in pain or anything like that, but it does require me to like really pay attention while I try to write stuff. It's very annoying and inconvenient, but where are you? There we are. Okay. So I believe that's the moon spoken for, and so we wanted to make Catwink out of that. That came from Inks of Containment. So we'll definitely use the confounding parable. I'm going to hang on to the beguiling melody. There we go. Craft Catwink. Brew a minor ink with a virtue against vermin. Okay, so just trying to take a look at some of it. So if I can, I'd like to do the Wistful Air. So Wistful Air, that was Watchman's Paradoxes. I guess the question is where I get the remaining sky. Because we already gave up Faust. Oh, wait a minute, but no, we were getting sky from the Paradox. Okay, there's a regrets. We might make use of it, I'm not sure. Solace. Alright, that's a bummer. Well, not entirely, actually. There's use that I have for that, but that wasn't what I was looking for. I was actually looking for moth there. So clearly I wasn't properly focused. Oh, nuts. It was traveling at night 1. Okay. We should still be able to make something of this, though. So it's just, I'm going to have to do some resting. I don't know. I think it's still going to be worth it. Okay. Some authorities claim it's difficult to lose a pot of Perhibiate ink, but they haven't lived at Hush House. So I definitely got away with some silliness there, but 2 hearts, 2 lantern, ink. Oh, 2 scale, 1 winter. So I haven't really done any writing with the ink. I've like done 1 reply, But this definitely opens some possibilities for us. Okay. So just a reminder, the reason why the ink was a big deal is it opens up new areas for us. So the rattling bridge, we need either 2 edge, 2 heart, 2 knock, 2 lantern, 2 moth, 2 scale, or 2 winter in an ink. And while the game does provide me with existing inks, I do like the idea of being able to build my own answers. And so in this case, this should satisfy the need. Okay, still trying to go for the wistful air. How do I think I'm going to do that? Actually, I think this is going to work. Is there anything with winter that I need to find out? No. Okay. I do kind of want to use the Wisp for something, but it's probably... I don't know, like I do want to leave some elements of the soul available to try and make other things. Oh, we've got Westcott's compounds. So that's a material. Reagents and activants to enhance alchemical operations for the flavor, or the flavor of one's pipe tobacco. Okay, so to forge... So, looks like it's Edge, Moon. Sorry, was it Edge? No, it's Scale. I think it's Scale and... No, sorry, Scale, Edge, and Moon are the unknown unknowns. So we'll put Westcott's compounds in the alchemy room. Seems appropriate. Okay. Let us... I'm gonna hold back on... I'm gonna hold back on doing anything until we, well, one, probably until it's night, and then number two... Oh! We've got the confounding pair. Alright. So yes, I do want to see if I can get the wistful air. I think no, I should be fine. I just need to find a sky instrument, which I think is the piano. The grand piano, not the upright. So you can see what's important to me. No. Okay, this still works. Recall a sweet and sorrowful song. Although I should be mad at myself for using the tryst for something. Oh, cool. The fear might be useful. So we're not going to talk with Mrs. Kill. We're going to unlock the new room. So, Motley Tower, 2nd floor. A nasty theoplasmic miasma hangs around the room above. It's no longer strong, but it'll take years to dissipate to the point of safety. With the right help, I can raise counter-influences. Oh my god. I totally forgot to talk to her about the health. I can't. I wasted the sky like an idiot. Ah! It's totally on me. I don't see... Well, no, hang on. We should be able to do something with the scale. It'll cost me the health for the next day, but I think I'm willing to... I think I'm willing to give that up. Oh, I'm so upset with myself for being a bonehead. What am I looking for here? Right. Furs and feathers. Yeah, so the health will help me. Surely I have other options. I sort of do. Okay, here's what I think I'm going to do. We're going to go to the... No, I can't. Scale desk. So we don't use coil and chasm. We use... Okay, I have to use... No, I can't use health with that. But I can use clack track. Okay, so bis clavet's not. Use earth to trace a sigil of the hill children. So I should probably find out a little bit more about what marks are. So a fragile, unstable trace. Okay, that doesn't tell me much. I'm also trying to keep track of all the stuff I'm making. Okay, here we go. Catwink. So that's a 2 moon 2 scale pigment. The smell of catwink puts off vermin, but it is very difficult to read in sunlight. An ink of containment. Okay. This seems to be the only... I should have tried something earlier with the sky that I had. Anyways, there's no point in focusing on that too much now. So out of the inks, so I've got an ink of power, which makes prohibiate. Oh, now this is interesting. So inks of revelation doesn't make ink; it seems to make paints. Inks of containment did produce an ink, though. Yeah, so I guess in this case I'm really just waiting to see what nectar... Well, no, even then I won't see what nectar makes because it's going to be... Yeah, it's occupied. I didn't really think that through. Oh no, I did. I thought this wouldn't be done in time. Okay, well, I have like sketches that I can put together. Let's just take a second here. So, transformations and liberations. There's no way I'm gonna get enough moth for that, so that's a mystery right now. So coil and chasm. But coil and chasm's a nectar. No, hang on, but that's fine because we've already moved coil and chasm up. But not enough. Okay, no. So now I need to see. Well, sure, we've got tons of plants in this plate. Of course, we have to have enough nectar. Yeah. Okay. Oh, but I don't have the health. Ugh. Man, I am my own worst enemy in this game sometimes. All right. There may be more nectary things. Okay, cool. Let's figure this out. All right. There's those cordials. Let's move into rights of the roots. Ugolic. So that's probably going to be the one that I produce first. Coil and chasm. Okay, cool. So everything else is basically just building at this point. So we will lock this in. We are not going to be able to use our whist right away tomorrow, but that's fine because I'm... Actually, better still, we can start preparing the memories for next turn. So this Villart's not coming up already. I believe I'm already working on the Wistful Air. So we want edge for Torg's cleansing. And moon for midnight mark. Please tell me I'm making the ink and not the cordials. Oh my god. All right, and nectar. There we go. Took us a while, but we're good to go. So yeah, obviously I am less than happy with myself over how I used Mrs. Kill. I really should have used that heart ahead of time. Now, I potentially would have cut myself off from other things, but still, like that's definitely me not keeping it together. But we did learn something about the wistful air, so that is a 2 rose, 2 sky. Okay. Now, in theory, I could have actually messed around with... Like, if I had an element of the soul, I could actually use these two to try and figure out what was going on with the one that seemed to be blank. But we're not going to get an element of the soul back in time, so... We'll just count it down and see how it works. All right, daybreak. Memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. I suppose I can. We can start right away by bringing in some help. It's still spring, pretty sure anyway. Yeah. It's a cloudy day, which doesn't really help me, but that's fine. There's other things that we can focus on. I think the main focus is actually going to be on... So let's start by thinking about... What... So I have 2 from Solace for heart. 3 from health, 4 from the mop. So if I could somehow get a heart... Oh yeah, actually with the cordials... Okay. Yeah, I think it actually makes sense here to wait a little bit and see what the results of a few of these things are. Okay, so this is another mark. I think I'm just going to start putting this in So, this claveret is a half-human hill child of these parts, and this is its sign. So, this actually fills in a lot of slots. So, 1 more. Scale. Mark. So we're working on Thyrsa's cordials. So it looks like Midnight Mark is the other big one. I think we'll refresh our health right away. Now, one of the reasons why I was doing this as well is to see if I'm capable of producing any like any drinks that can boost heart. Because if I do that, then, or, you know, there's a few other variations on this, right? So, like, if I can do something that boosts moth, essentially the name of the game here is to get to the second floor. Now, if it takes till summer, that's fine. That's, you know, just something I'm going to have to deal with. But if I can somehow get this, if I can somehow create a renewable resource to get to this next level, so much the better. I think I'm also in a position here to, I don't see the cat wink being as important, so we can give the offering here. Each time the wind makes its rounds, the whole bridge shakes. On its threshold, there is a serpentine knot mark in brown blood. The mark is fading, but it still trembles with the power of the spirit that waits in it, a great servant of the old house, perhaps the last of the fine takers themselves. I must pacify it with a suitable offering before I can pass. Which we do now. And there are some books to catalog. Vestibulum Transitus. Vestibulum Transitus was the Rhine name the Curia gave this structure before it was Valentine's Bridge and the sheltered crossing beyond which Baron Valentine's solitude was assured. So this seems to be open. We can't access this, I notice, but we can go higher. So, Squawkful Logia. Birds crowd every corner in this place, glaring at me with malevolent yellow eyes. Guano cakes the walls, and feathers drift the floor. Oh, sorry, 1 second. That's going to take 9 sky or 9 rows, so not the sort of thing I think we can accomplish right away. But I am happy to see the books. I'm still very mad at myself about that storm. But at least, I guess the one thing is we do know how we can cure it now. Okay, so I gotta go back and now is basically the time that I want to think about like what am I trying to do here? So Torg's cleansing for the edge. In that case, I would want a contradiction from the Wainscot histories. Alternatively, I try and get the Midnight Mark, which would come from Moon. And I guess the Confounding Parable would be helpful there. Well, let's start with the edge. I'd like to catalog the books, but let's explore our skills for our last little bit. Okay, now how are the cordials coming? Oh, this is good. So it's a moth beverage. Perfect. Okay. So, I can employ Tryst, a Memory Impulse, and Thyrsa's Cordials to make Mrs. Kill, Super Mrs. Kill. Separately, each is undrinkable, but mix them, and they're only undrinkable after 15 minutes. Sorry, I gotta make a note for that. Okay, these in particular are going to be very helpful in a few places. Now, I think I'm just going to try to make the Ugal ink. I don't have the same urgency for it, but I think it would be good for me to. I think it would be good for me to just be done with it, especially because I'm getting a heart back anyway. So there's the memory. Rights of the Roots is the only one that can do that. We add a health, and we really just need to add one plant. Oh, I consumed them. So, brew a dark and persistent ink. I guess I got a place to put my, Because I got a place to put my flowers now. I don't remember what it was that I lost there, but I'm going to assume it wasn't important. There it is, and can be no tizzer. Mrs. Kill, as every local gossip knows, came from France to marry Mr. Kill, but there's scant trace of the continent in her accent now. So intuition, I think, is a rose, but the moon might do something for me. Two moon, two rose. Okay, so that might give me the mark that I need. So desires and dissolutions. What about snow stories? Okay. Rhyme and Remembrance? No, that's just going to be one moon as well. Oh, but I can use the clouds. So I believe this is a job for the harp. So we'll apply our... Darn it! Okay, I'd rather not use up my tryst, but duty calls. Okay, craft a midnight mark. Concentrate nocturnal resonances with a careful sigil. Still want to talk with Mrs. Gill. So if I can't get the tryst back, there's no point in trying to make her get to the second floor. But that doesn't have to happen today. I'm just happy. I'm happy to know that I have the option now. Okay. Doesn't do too much for me, but... So there's the edge. The edge was going to be for... Torg's cleansing. Now, hopefully I have a high... Yeah, okay, that's fine. So let's go to the Practic Garden dummy. We'll use Arab. Disciplines of the Hammer. Not the Levitic Tincture. Auroral Contemplations. Alright, purge myself of harmonious resonances accruing some personal edge. It won't be pleasant. Something finished. Okay, I deserved a little quiet time. I'm going to save this for the tryst. Probably I'm not going to get it in time, but you never know. And I'm not using my despairing. Okay, so let me just double check this list. So, the ones that I need, possibly Moth, possibly Sky. Torg's Cleansing is unknown, but we're working on that. Midnight Mark, unknown, but we're working on that. Ugal Ink, unknown, but we're working on that. Okay, so we know everything that we need to know, which means I start cataloging books. It'll be kind of slow going because I'm still just using... Again, it's the baronial period one, so it's actually a higher chance of curse. Or is it the Curio ones? Anyways, this book was probably written around the time of Hush House's baronial period, roughly the 1500s to 1700s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Finish something. Don't spill it. Ah! Ugal ink, a variant of Iron Gall ink, particularly difficult to erase, a minor ink of power. Now again, this isn't as important as it used to be because we've already made the progress that we wanted to out of the ink, but I'm not gonna turn down a chance to get more stuff. Okay, I think can we fit you on here? No. Actually, one thing I can do now, no, actually, if we, well, today I think should be about constructing things. So, I'm actually a little more reluctant to make that cordial now that I know it eats plants. I can harvest plants. Oh yeah, actually that makes sense. So let's get some replacements from the garden. There's a regret. Sorry, I'm just looking at my notes here. There's a couple of adjustments I need to make. Okay, the midnight mark. This mark shouldn't be exposed to sunlight, but that's mostly because it looks surprisingly ugly in sunlight. A blemish left on a page or skin by a careful incision or a judicious sting to preserve a little of the power of night. So, 2 moon, 1 moth. I'm sure I'll find out what I need to do with the marks soon enough. Okay. So I think probably the sensible thing to do, given that the sun's about to go down, I'm thinking maybe I use the remaining elements of the soul to make things that I need. And the best thing I can be making right now are drinks, actually. So with that in mind, Theresa's cordials are best. Oh my god, did I took my best skill. Well, not my best, but I took one of my better skills and used it towards something I didn't really need to. Okay. So what I got to think about now is how do I get... So obviously, in the infirmary, storms are helpful. I actually don't think I have any... I think we went over this. I don't think I have any skills. Like, there's no Nectar Sky, Edge Sky... Yeah, so the skills don't help me at all. And I can't put my Faust in place because it doesn't accept Lantern. So effectively, I need to rely on a combination of a drink and a powerful memory. So if I don't... Basically, unless I have a... Well, okay, hang on a minute. There is one other possibility, which is if I can find a place... Oh, you know what? I'm thinking about this the wrong way. An impertinent vitulation. Grail text, not cursed, so we'll probably read that right away. So I put myself in the infirmary thinking that I would need to... Yeah. I don't think curing myself from despair is nearly as difficult as I'm making it out to be. I'm going to take a shot at recovering my health here. So what would be the ideal situation for me to get the sufficient sky to brighten my mood? So the highest sky that I've got... Well, actually, this doesn't even need to be that hard. Like, do I have a bed that will accept sky, is the first question I should ask. Oh, nope. Hang on. So it is actually the infirmary that only accepts maladies. So, okay, yeah. So what I was thinking was, oh wait, no, but maybe that's because it's my bed. Okay, so let's run with the hypothesis that any bed can be recovered from. First question, do I have a sky bed? Because if I have a sky bed, this is trivial and I should not be thinking nearly as hard as I am about this. I think the answer is no, at least what I currently have access to. But let's not guess, let's confirm. Okay, so to the best of my knowledge, I do not currently have access to a bed with sky. So the next best I can get in terms of getting sufficient sky can't be Anburian Lapidary. Furs and feathers. Okay, so do I have a bed that will accept scale? Probably not, but again, let's not assume. Let's verify. Do I just have 3 beds? I guess so. Okay, so this one does accept it. So what I can do here would be furs and feathers. So from there, I would need... see, okay, so now is here where I sort of start trading off a bit. So the one thing I can't put in here would be my Faust. But that doesn't matter because the alternative would be to go for one of these like 2 sky ones. And yeah, so like I could maybe do Anbury and Lapidary and Faust. Wait, no, wouldn't accept it. Why? Because it's Forge, not Lantern. I always get trapped by that one. Okay, but there's this, like, the same argument would be, you know, is there something that'll accept Forge? I guess it'd have to be Forge and Lantern, but yeah, in any case, all that Faust winds up giving me is the point that I'm missing from Furs and Feathers. So that's like I don't need to meditate on that too, you know, too profoundly. So with that in mind, I don't actually need to drink at that point. All I need to do is get the 2 sky memory and kind of call it a day. So that's going to be what we do. What am I doing? I should still be studying books. I think I'm just going to use consider for this one, because I've already used up the Arab. So desires and dissolutions should do the trick. We will apply our Shapt. Grail Birth. I can master the mystery of this book. Enough Grail to match Mystery Grail. And then from there, we catalog as many books as we can. Okay, catalog a baronial period book. And again, I don't mind I definitely don't mind doing some gardening, but I'm a little more focused on Thyrsa's cordials. Okay, Torg's cleansing. The librarian, Natalia Brulot, learnt this powerful, if unpleasant, technique from the priest and edgelong Reverend Torg. So that's just a straight to edge. Cleansing has left my skin burning, my teeth throbbing. The chorality rumbles beneath the membranous surfaces of the waking world. So other than wanting to know what the deal is with Moth, actually specifically Moth and Sky, I now sort of know everything. I kind of know everything that I have access to in terms of what I can create. This is good. So, the obvious step is to try and figure out that stuff that I haven't... excuse me. So, I can try reading some books, which may work. I don't think it would hurt for me to try and get them on. So let's realistically think transformations and liberations would require multiple Moth entries, and I don't have my Tryst available. But I do have my Faust available, so I could see what's going on with glass blowing and vessel crafting. So the reason why I want to double check this one is that for some reason it seemed like I wasn't able to get anything from this particular Sky. So I've got 3 available from... Yeah, I've got 3 Sky available between my Faust, my Memory Solace, and the skill itself. So the question is, can I get 2 Sky? Now, I don't believe there's a 2 Sky memory. So I know Solace gives me 1 Sky. No, it's the Confounding Parable from It Is Written. So, what I'm going to do there, I do have a Memory Regret, but is there a Winter? I should actually probably divide this a little bit better. Anyways, Winter will get me Eigengrau, which is not... It's not bad, but it's not the end. Like, I already have it, so... Bittersweet Certainty gets me another memory, so that's kind of a wash. Yeah, so I think in this case, we'll use our Whist to... We'll use the Whist to get a confounding... Confounding Parable. And again, that's with the specific intention of verifying that we do not have something we can craft from 5 in glass blowing and vessel crafting. Alright, Kittling Ripe's Tasty Treats. That is a 2 nectar text, however it has keeper skin. This book is blotched with keeper skin, a luminous fungus that grows in the wood we see in sleep. and enters the world when a dreamer inhales its spores. Keeper skin contamination can affect your Arab and core and spread to nearby objects. You can remove it with a skill that's effective against corruptions, and if you provide at least 7 nectar. So, there's 2 things I want to do there. I'm trying to think if there's like a room where there's nothing. There's nothing in it. And I don't think there is. So let's put this on the far side of the room and hope for the best. So the funny thing is I probably would have put Arab on... I probably would have used Arab to catalog that book if I had it. So really I'm just talking with Mrs. Kill, so I have, you know, I have the option in terms of... Actually, I could use my Shapt to catalog that book. Or not catalog, but read that book. The Barrow Child's Elegy, so that's a 4-winter text. I think what I'm going to do here, I'm going to hold off on reading the books for the same reason I did like that time when I did that big run and that big book read during Numa. Was I in anticipation of Numa? Because like every period that goes by now, we're that much more likely to wind up in Numa. And so I don't want to wind up in a situation where I've got a big stack of lessons learned and like no idea about what to do with them. We're close to the end of the day, so I think I can justify the wait. I heard something finish. Thought maybe I was like playing an instrument or something, but I guess not. Oh wait, how much you want to bet it's the gardening? Yep. Okay, no room for the moth orchid anymore. So obviously I feel a little silly using her herbs and infusions that way. It's just easier to make the cordials with those, but it's not a big deal. Okay, there's the confounding parable. So this is going to be something that I use the Faust with. So let's go to the grand piano. So again, the specific subject of interest was glassblowing and vessel crafting. So from that we add the confounding parable, and then we add the Faust. And it says, so soul, there's potential here. For apprentice level recipe, provide 5 degrees of sky. For scholar level recipe, provide 10 degrees. And a suitable ingredient. Keeper level recipes need 15 degrees and something uniquely specific in each case. So the thing here is that, like, well, I can keep adding, you know, memories or whatever, but it's not going to make a difference. Like I need. Wait, does this accept anything? So what stops me from throwing furs and feathers in there? Absolutely nothing. Cool. Well, what else am I gonna do? I absolutely did not need to use that many items with it, by the way. We deserved a little quiet time. Okay. Now this... Oh, shucks. So if I had... If I had a memory with nectar... But then again, I can get that by reading Traveling at Night Volume 1. I just need a forge desk. Or I can use Shopped, I guess. So this is just so I can make another cordial. This is those indignities perpetrated by the deceitful fraternity of Obliviates. It's not clear whether CROD, who was identified only by his initials, was in fact an initiate of the Obliviate Order of Immortal Adepts. He wrote in the 16th century after the order, if he is to be believed, had passed the height of its power. And you know I said that I wasn't gonna read. No. I'm gonna be disciplined. I'm not gonna read. I'm not gonna read the bad things. But what I might do is make another Witching to Sane because I can. No, I can't. Yes, I can. No, I can't. Not after that screw up. So I guess the question now is, so I've got a health, I've got a metal. I don't really see anything that I can use the metal for. So let's go to the Sweet Bones and make a little money. Fixing and mending, there's not much work on offer in Brandkrug, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. If I can, I'll use the health with herbs and infusions. Okay, well there's my Witching to Sane if I want. Sacre bleu. It should have been the double base. So same problem. Ah, well, easy come, easy go. Grail Birth. I've mastered the mystery in this book and gathered the lessons it contains. So we got a satisfaction. I will remember to put that in my list, by the way, because there's a number of memories that I've forgotten. A couple things that are messing up my notes here, but it's not the end of the world. And that's a desires... No, that's not. Wait, is there no lesson learned from that? Oh, no, here we go. Leaves and thorns. All right. So, nothing to really play around with there. So a new skill, there is no scent without sorrow. And I'll be honest, Oh, right, no, we got this. Okay, another leaf in the Tree of Wisdoms. So this is a Bosk and Bird song. It's actually been a while since we've checked it out, so we had... it was Horamachistry and Ithistry. Sorry, Horamachistry, Ithistry, and Nyctodromy. So one thing I do want to get an idea about is whether or not I can get core off of any of these. I think Inks of Containment's the only new one. I can't see why the Inks of Containment would be relevant there, but... But yeah, core is hard to come by. At least in this playthrough. So I think we'll simmer down. We'll let the season play itself out. Okay. I am gonna see if I can sneak by with an extra cordial. Not the Regensburg bomb. Why did I think... Unbelievable. So, because Herbs and Infusions is both heart and nectar, and because I've leveled it up, adding a health, oh man. What do I do about that? Well, here's a clever idea, he said modestly. Oh wait. No, this doesn't work. Unless there's a nectar instrument, which would be cool, but doubtful. Okay, I just want to change something on my list, too. Okay, a smooth sweep of quill alert with life. So yeah, the tricky part here is to try and find a way of getting the... So actually there's no way that I can pull this off. The best I could hope for would be to apply my Trist Despairing and then just give up one of the plants. Honestly, it's not worth it. I think we'll just let the day play out and collect what's left. Alright, night has fallen, dawn will come soon. I did hear a few clicks though, so... Let's just do a quick audit to make sure that everything is... There's a couple places that are kind of sneaky and not telling you that you're done. And I don't always remember which ones they are. I'm actually thinking this game might benefit from like a collect all button. Just because I have found a couple of times I'm like, oh, where did I put my thing? And like, obviously I'm spending a bunch of time here searching around. Oh, wait a minute. I know what it was. It's fixing and mending. There we go. Okay. So let's think about... So the focus for tomorrow is going to be reading as many books as I can. So I've got the Nectar, I've got, I may have the Winter. Okay, that's manageable. So it's the 6 that's going to be a challenge. So with that in mind, we just try and get, stuff that scares us. So that would be... Kion and Abydos. Oh, hang on. There is one thing that I can be doing. I should have done this a while ago. To camp. Hush House is a mansion of many rooms. I'll move to a different one. Let's also go... Okay, I've already mastered this text, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Well, hang on, no, unless it was music. Yeah, unless it was... Well, let me just check something here. Unbelievable. So, I could have taken the 2 memory... Oh, but the skill would have to be... The skill would still have to be actor. But, how much you want to bet I could take the drum? Yeah. So I could have taken the drum. I could have applied herbs and infusions. I could have had the 2 memory impulses. And that would have gotten me around the... That would have gotten me around the heart problem. Too late now. By seconds, no less. But so I think I'd settled on back into the lodge, and this is because I can apply not horns and eye, furs and feathers. So as furs and feathers, and one of the sky things. Surely there was a memory relevant to the... Either way, the kind of one of the important ones for me right now is just to establish a base. And I want to do that to make sure that I am actually able to cure a malady off of that. But yeah, so the nice thing here is as long as I can get a relevant... oh, that was it. Right. So it's not just enough to... No, but there's still... yeah, we can still make this work. Okay, first things first. Camp in the lodge. That's going to take 90 seconds, which, again, completely fine with. I don't believe we're in summer yet. Yeah. So next up, we're going to ask for assistance from Mrs. Kill. It's rain, so this is going to be good for nectar. And we also have a memory regret, so we can use that to read certain texts. So, with that in mind, let's start. We'll start by reading the relevant text. So, in this case, those indignities perpetrated by the deceitful fraternity of obliviates. We'll read that at the pale desk. So for that, we will apply our... What? Oh, wait, sorry. We've already put the width. Okay. I think Ragged Crossroads is my best for that. Winter, a conclusion. I can master the mystery in this book. Enough winter to match mystery winter. Next up, the Barrow Child's Elegies. So I don't have the ability to do that on its own. Oh, but I could probably just take the whist with Snow Stories. Yes. Okay. So I don't think I have another winter desk to work at, though. That's not a deal breaker, just... Okay. So for that, the Barrow Child's Elegies, another whist, Snow Stories, Winter, a conclusion. I can master the mystery in this book. Enough winter to match mystery winter. So finally, this one is cursed. So the important thing to remember here is that I actually wouldn't wind up using, I wouldn't use my Erebor core in this case anyway, but I'm already affected by the curse, so, or I'm already despairing, so I don't need to worry too much about that. Your mental aptitude is diminishing. I hope you have an enjoyable stream going forward. Well, mine is too, and I actually have quite a bit to do tomorrow, but I wanted to really push, oh, that's right. I can't just throw any old... I can with my consider verb, but... And I don't believe there's a nectar desk. But we can find out. But yeah, have a wonderful evening, Dendrian. Thank you very much for hanging out with me, and I hope you rest well. Yeah, so I don't see... Although I guess I could put, I could read it at a moth desk. But I think I've occupied all the moth desks too. So what about herbs and infusions? Ah, there we go. Maybe there's another... Oh, this is so silly, but... So if I use my Shapt... Let me just make sure. Oh man, I don't have that either. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. I use Shapt. Wait a minute. Right, it was the clack track. Yes, okay. And then that lets me, yeah, nectar full flower. Let me just double check. Keeper skin, contamination affects your Arab and core. So, okay, we're good. So in a minute, or not a minute, it's going to take us a while, but we'll have completed multiple texts all on the same day. So I do have the option of going to the Sweet Bones, but like, what does that really accomplish at this point? I've got the £1 note on top of a crown. I am definitely going to want to hire someone in the summer. The biggest thing that I could use these elements of the soul for are to get memories that I need to use any lessons learnt with. But I'm not going to know that until I actually read the books. So I think what I'm going to do here with Mrs. Kill, we will keep talking. I'm going to wait until we camp to see what's going to happen with my despair, because there's a couple ways that can go. And I don't want to leap. I don't want to like fully leap into this just in case. But the idea here is that basically I'm going to be able to use memories to cure my sickness, or at the very least it's going to require considerably less effort than it would otherwise. Now, I will say, I'm reasonably happy with sort of like the studying that I've done in terms of like gaining an understanding in terms of how, how the skills work, what I'm able to build out of them. But it's also fair to, it's fair to remember that this is a game where, let's take an example here. Like when it comes to ink, so the Incastum Terminale of the Second History, it's the glowing crimson mauve of the secret histories. Porphyrin was venerated in secret by a confraternity of corresponding Cluniacs and Benedictines. Incapsium inks can be used to make determinations. If the hours listen, the world changes. So, you use these inks to make resolutions which can have far-reaching consequences. That's, like, yes, it's all cool that I can brew a nice herbal tea, but maybe that's not quite where all this is going, right? Like, maybe my ambitions should be a little bit higher. This is a safe place for me now, to the extent that dreams are safe. Okay, so let's just take a look here. Cool. So I can cure my malady. So, again, I can't use Faust with this. I can use Furs and Feathers. I would need to apply some soul. I have Metal and Shaft available. So all I need is a memory 2 sky, and I should be able to get 2 sky from something. Yeah, it's like the confounding parable, I think. which I'm kind of surprised I didn't already pick up. But we'll do that now, and hopefully I have the option of curing my malady. I don't think the solace is quite going to be enough unless I give up the drink. I love this book. All right. Oh, but it still has a Nord. Okay. So, those indignities perpetrated by the deceitful fraternity of Oblivions. It's not clear whether CROD, who is identified only by his initials, was in fact an initiate of the Obliviate Order of Immortal Adept. He wrote in the 16th century, after the order, if he is to be believed, had passed the height of its power. 58, that they did claim inheritance of the traditions of the House of Leith, but that they have disregarded both the most sacred and the most beautiful ceremonies where they were not found convenient. 59. So we've got a Ragged Crossroads. That's pretty good, given that I've... it's one of my highest... Okay, I'm gonna try something here with my tablet, and hopefully that will fix the... Nope. Ah, here we go. So, it's going to take some effort to get the Ragged Crossroads where I need it. Oop. I went to a conclusion, so more rhymes and remembrance. There's a regret, so let's try and take advantage of the... Oh, I can't. Darn. Well, here's what I can do. Let's move all of these... We'll move the rest of these. Oh, what book was that? It was a winter book. Barrowchild's Elegies. So that's a regret. So Kittling right. Okay. So this first one's pretty easy for me to deal with. So this is just a brand new skill, Spices and Savors. So I can use that essentially at any desk. Apparently not. Wait, really? Oh no, because of, right, the forge and the nectar, of course. Okay, a new skill. There is no sacrifice without sustenance. So, rhyme and remembrance. I think I'm going to be able to level this one up. take... Oh, that's right. I need to... Yeah, there's no way that I get to keep both regrets here. Okay, so the priority probably should be the Ragged Crossroads. But I have a feeling that's actually going to be kind of tough. Actually, we're only one away. And how much you want to bet that I don't need to give up the... Wrong one. Oh, really? So both of these are needed for the Ragged Crossroads. Okay, fair enough. So one of these is going to go and get a... I'm going to use one of these for a... yeah, so I need one moon. And then the rest I need to find as much edge in winter as I can get. Now the good news is that contradictions are very easy to come by. So, let's say, I honestly, anything goes with moon. I mean, I could actually just get another contradiction, to be completely honest. Especially because that seems to be... Oh no, there's the intuition as well. So, Orchid Transfiguration's a feast. Yeah, so we'll read that one. For some reason I kind of think health is sort of special. I normally would keep the Faust, but I guess I don't have to because I can't use it in the bed anyway. Okay, so that's the first one. So... yeah, I just need contradictions, really. Well, I can also read Keonid Abydos. Man, I really know how to pick the desks that are the most inconvenient. There we go. Oh, but Keonid Abydos is going to give me a regret, so that doesn't help. Right, I gotta be a little more thoughtful than that. Honestly, let's just read on the indignities again. There's no reason to get clever about it. Okay, so I think that covers me for everything. Maybe I will... yeah, I don't need a... I actually don't need a memory, so... I should use the Arab to make Witching Tisane. Except that I don't have enough. Wait, yes I do. That's helpful. Although I don't have my my sickness back yet, so less helpful than I thought. Okay, so there's a confounding parable, which is another option for sky for me. So let's, again, we'll take a crack at this. So let's just say, for the sake of the argument, why on earth doesn't it let me pick this memory? Because it's sky and it's not a, right. So it all comes back to storm. Apparently storms are very good at restoring my my health. So I think I'm like, I don't know. I'm sure there's a clever way, or hang on. No, I don't think I do need to use the drink now that I think of it. But where are you? Furs and feathers. Okay, so we've got 5. No, don't smoothen a... Oh, why? Why are you like this? Where's my glass of water? There we go. Cure my malady. You've supplied enough sky. Okay. So I'm also in a position to... So the confounding parable didn't quite work the way that I wanted, but as it turns out, it's good for rhyme and remembrance. Alright, there's always more to learn. Improve this skill to level 2. This will increase its aspects, which will help with crafting, and will make it suitable for higher branches in the Tree of Wisdoms, if you haven't already committed it. Now I would like to try and make... I would like to try and make something with this rain. And the problem is that I just don't really feel like... I don't really think I have a lot of options here. So if I go like so... Well, no, if we use a tryst... There we go. There's the Thyrsa's cordials. I mean, what else is it going to get me, right? Maybe what I should do now that I've got a new skill, or will have it in a little bit. So the skill is now level 2. We'll take the Ragged Crossroads. Please tell me I've got other spices and savors. This may not be enough. Right, but this is the contradiction. Anyways, with spices and savors, it would not hurt for me to do something similar to like the previous test, where I just see what things I can make out of it. I also want to take a second here and see what it'll get me. I can't put it in Bosk because that's already occupied, but we can see what Ithistry gives us. That's a whist, so fair enough, but not super important. Okay, so in the name of science, I really regret using that nectar now. I could have used that for spices and savors. So let's try and at least get a foresight. Or something that has 2 forge. Do I even have a desk that can use that? Yes. So yeah, I think we'll be fine. Actually, I don't even think I needed that. Yes, I did. Okay. Yeah, so that's fine. Now, to get the nectar where it needs to be, that's the hard part. So, or is it? Hang on. Because if I take this work... Oh, right, we're doing... There's this cordials, so we'll leave it be. Actually, there is one last thing I can do. Nope. Actually, we're just going to keep that health the way that it is. Ah, nuts. Well, but do I need the heart for anything? Maybe gardening? No, because there's no use for memories there. Yeah, no, we'll just take our lumps. I might even start playing this game normally. Something finished. Okay, so let's go Ragged Crossroads. Contradiction, contradiction, regret, crossroads. Another fruit plucked from knowledge's tree. So yeah, I didn't need the intuition after all. But again, I didn't know at the time, so. The skill is now level 4, its aspects have increased. Okay, hindsight's not bad, but it's not the one I need. So the rest of the night is basically focused on getting what we need from spices and savors. It's best when it's warm, but it'll keep. Okay, so the reason we did this is I'm going to take spices and savors, we'll add that to metal, then we'll use memory foresight. Okay, so that gives me Westcott's compounds. And again, this is because this is a new skill, like it's a one that I haven't seen before. So if I can maintain this list when I find new things, it's considerably easier than trying to rewrite everything when the time comes. So that's spices and Okay, the nectar one's going to be a bit harder. I did not mean to do that. I don't... Like, I'm not super mad that I did it, but that is going to occupy that skill for a minute. Okay, let's figure out the game plan for the health. So it's going to have 3 health on its own. I'll just throw 2 plants in the workbench, and that should tell me. Is there any room for Thyrsa's cordials and... Okay, yeah. So this is actually starting to look pretty good. And I've chosen because we're so close to summer. In this case, I'm just gonna let the like the normal summer hiring take care of the next room. I am going to need to reckon with the best way to sort of clear out the deeper rooms. But part of that, like, there is kind of a reason why I wanted to write a lot of this stuff down. Where I can, I've tried not to reopen the game between sessions, because that actually has some implications for the like doing bug reports. So for instance, if I get a, hey, I have no idea what the hell this thing is, could you please send me your save file? And again, like, where I can, I try to be sensible in terms of sending them along, but like I think there are some points where it's like, okay, Mr. Sarcastic, like, I didn't need that. But like, where I can, I want to be helpful, but sometimes you just don't know, right? Obviously, I don't make games. I'm certainly interested in people who make games. I'm interested in how it works, but there's no, there's no like, there's no formula for knowing like when the save file is required. And the drawback is that if I, reopen the game to check something out, what that winds up doing is that winds up creating a new save file, or like a new autosave, at which point, or like player log. And at that point, sorry, I didn't mean to say save file, I meant player log. But yeah, at that point, like, I'm not being as helpful of a tester, and it's purely because I didn't take the time to write proper notes. So I'm basically trying to avoid that. Now, there are a couple things. So like, one thing I want to do is, because there are going to be a few areas which are a little more difficult for me to manage. So I need to find a way to get either knock or scale for my existing people. What I'm particularly interested in is one, working out what I have access to, like what I basically get kind of for free, quote unquote. So like, Thyrsa's cordials are not the easiest thing for me to get, but I at least can replenish them. In contrast, Solomon's preparation. Am I willing to use it? 100%, right? It will be very cool to get into the glaring room. But what if I look at another room and is like, oh, that room looks even cooler? Well, I've just used, I have 2 preparations, right? So, where I can, I want to do my absolute best to make sure that I've used all of my available resources, so that once I start using those higher level consumables, I know, okay, this was as far as I could take it. If I want to go any further, I'm going to need to put some, I'm going to need to put some extra effort into it. So like a good example here would be like the moon and the nectar. There are definitely some situations where I'll be able to work with this, but it's definitely going to involve a balance of my existing, it's going to involve sort of a balance of what I currently have access to. I don't think I'm going to ever make these pictures straight. But yeah, anyways. What was I going to say? But yeah, so like with that in mind, yeah, summer's so close. We can get to this room through just an ordinary hire. I'm going to want to spend some time on my own to figure out how I'm going to access these other rooms. And then the other thing that I'm going to want to do at some point is I'm going to hunt down the books. So like, you know, the 3 and the 3. Let's face it, I'm not going to be reading that text anytime soon. There are some I just simply do not have the option of reading. What else? But there are a couple that are on like the margins. So like there's that 8 moon text. Do I feel very confident that I'm going to be able to read the 8 moon text? No. But I don't think it's completely beyond I don't think it's completely beyond my abilities either. It'd actually be helpful if I could find it. Oh yeah, an 8 forge. That's another good example. So like I've got 2 from metal for a start. Actually, it looks like I'm lacking in forge. Okay, so the forge text I might be a little more reluctant to check out. Like if I found something that would give me 4 forge, great. Well, come to think of it. Okay, so like if I tried the forge text, it's kind of back to that 1 and 3 possibility, right? And I'd at least be able to add the shaft and the element of the soul, which wouldn't, like, seal the deal, but it would bring me, like, 1 forge away. Okay, so there's a possibility there with the forge text, but that wasn't the one I was looking for. Why am I so silly? Okay, 4, 2... Oh, wait, maybe it was... No, that's 16. Oh, the 16 may be more achievable than I'm giving it credit for. So we already checked that one. That's an 18 winter. That's not happening. That one's 10. And again, like... If I can do the 8, then I'd probably be considering the 10 at some point. But let's find the 8 before I... Unless I'm completely misremembering. It would not be the first time that that's happened. Well, there's an 18. Okay, so let's, for the sake of the argument, let's say fine. You know, we want to consider the 10 moon. There was no 8. I was just imagining it. What would that look like? So I only have 1 moon for a start, so I'm actually kind of behind the 8 ball on that. So as a baseline, I guess I have 3 to work with, which would mean I need to make up 7. That's a lot to ask. Yeah, so like there is no memory that will give me 7. So with the 5, you know, again, that's within the realm of possibility because wondering if maybe gardening's not a bad idea. We'll get ourselves some cat's claw. Yeah, I don't know. There's probably some I think there's probably some possibilities. I think a forge one is the most likely out of the options. But it's still a risk. Mind you, if I don't do anything, if I don't do anything, then I just need to think about how I get to the remaining rooms, you know, on my own time. Time, peace, recovery. All right. So the thing to remember is I can't afford to be as reckless with my... So now I actually have to play the game the real way. The big challenge is going to be I'm not going to have this option to just like constantly spam an ability to constantly generate different memories. I'm actually going to be limited by my elements of the soul. Okay, the radical measure glossed. The original text yet unrevealed in beta. So this only costs one spintra. It is a 10 rows, so that's kind of a trap. So we have Inks of Power. And that's about it. So I somehow need to find 8 rows to throw at the problem. But I am gonna pick it up. Because I am doing reasonably well as far as Spintra are concerned. We found some in the cushions. Okay, so unfortunately we kind of lost our health here. Are we in summer yet? There we go. Assistance from a traveling barber. In summer, the barber comes by to keep the villagers kempt. A shilling will buy his services. Barbers offer moth and a little rose. So this is what we were waiting for. Yeah, it's a cloudy day, so that doesn't do a whole lot for me, but I suspect our efforts are going to be directed towards the Motley Tower. Alright, so the itinerant barbers of the South Country will keep you clean and kempt. Make sure you don't miss out on any news or gossip, and arrange matters so that you aren't too troubled by vermin. Snip, snip. Okay, so we've got a tryst that we can apply to them, so that'll bring them up to 4. We will need a memory with 2 moth, but that shouldn't be that hard to obtain. Even now that we actually have to play by the rules. So, let's see. So traveling at night 1 will do just nicely. Use shopped in this case. Gather cat's claw carefully, its mischievous thorns find ways through the thickest gloves. Okay, now I noticed I lost my water after getting healed. So there's still a cost. You know what? We don't need to search that far for water. I will use the cocoa on the, with the mild concern that I'm going to wind up losing it at some point. All right, a quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. So if I want, I could actually, I could try getting some more plants. What comes, neither of us knows yet, but we will. So in this case, I think we can keep gossiping. I could encourage my assistant to work with them, or for a little while, exalt them. Or I could just listen to whatever they might have to say. So they'll accept memory, tools, beverages, sustenance, and an element of the soul. Well, they won't accept an element of the soul in this particular case, because I've already used it. Okay, so yes, I think I want to use my health for the summer plants. Gather in summer, gather the scented blossoms of the fragrant chalice. Oriflammes thanks you for your custom. Okay, so I've decided that I'm going to put the newly acquired books in this room. Now I'm not going to treat it like I've got infinite amounts of Spintra. But I am going to prioritize, where I can, I'm going to prioritize, nope. I think it's Signor Corso Reverte. Manuscript hunter, legacy scavenger, mercenary. Talk to this visitor. So they're a visitor, they're interested in moth, they understand Sanskrit as do I, Greek as do I, they understand Hyksos. Understands the sly language enough to read or teach it. Interested in scale, someone is interested in ancient profundities, what is left of the crude powers of the deep earth, and they are mortal. So, because we've definitely learned the benefit of languages. I'm definitely going to pick up the, and you know what, I think I'm going to bring Mrs. Kill in. Right, I've learned something, or perhaps just remembered it. So we're going to talk to him about Impulse. That's going to bring him up to 6 Moth. And that's exactly what we need to make it to the second floor. Now, because we're in summer, I also want to consider some of my other options. So, it's worth remembering that they do have rows, just a little bit of it though. So the first thing I want to take a look at is, are there any other moth regions for me to plunder? If there are, it's time for me to upgrade the guy. And if there aren't, then that's fine. We use them once and we move on. So it looks like we're just using them once until we can really make them a big deal. Something happened. Mrs. Gill stands ready to help. You always cheer me up, she says morosely. So I definitely see, particularly with this legacy, I definitely see a big benefit in like in having access to Mrs. Kill for free, because Arab doesn't earn you a whole lot, and once you have enough books, you can generally get the memories that you need, like from the books. But in contrast, the talk verb doesn't always get used. So in this case, you can just kind of, you can spend the day chatting and just get the information that you need, and sometimes it's going to be relevant to the things that you want to do. So memories don't last long outside books, but it's made the difference for the day. So no reason to delay with the barber. So a nasty theoplasmic miasma hangs around the room above. It's no longer strong, but it'll take years to dissipate to the point of safety. With the right help, I can raise counter-influences. That's a lot of books. I'm a little wary, because we're just going to wind up cursed again, almost certainly. Let's take a look at the goodies. So we've got Lethe. Dark syrupy liquor favored in unnamed forest villages, the tongue, the eye, and now we begin. Forget your name, forget your skin. So that's a 4 moth. Oh yeah, before I go that much further. Okay, 6. 6 heart or 6 sky. I think Mr. Kill is the sky. But honestly, we're waiting on a thunderstorm. Excuse me. Mortar and pestle. Crush. Now this is interesting. This is a nectar tool. Could have used that before. The Ichor Auroral. No dawn knows only a single color. No sky knows only a single dawn. Teresa's cordials, so we've got a few of those. So this is an important one, right? We can replenish these. We've got Lambing, I think it's Broselende, distilled from apples in the oldest forest of the western continent. So this also gives us nectar. Unfortunately, we can't replace it yet. Iotic essence, Lethe and Lethe Lees. Serpent-styled glass for scale, a sly alembic, a cheeky decanter of wine fortified with unusual influences. Cucurbit barrette, a vessel with an ambiguous history. Spice scales, redolent of piquant passage. This is a grail tool, snow wolf ampule, catwink. Ah, there's the ink, okay. Domain Reveline. Shears of Sisterhood, so a moth tool. Glinting cranial tchotchke, and a cranial tchotchke. So one is winter, one is rose, but all of us come to this condition in the end. But not all of us are fortunate enough to be lovingly buffed and fixed carefully to a stylish wooden stand. Muscot's compounds, we also can regenerate those. Ichor vitreous. Okay, just 1 second here. Snoodle jar, useful in calcination, purification, alteration, and valuable for snoodlery. So this is a lantern and moth tool. Okay, actually, there's a number of these that I could have used. All right. So if I think about it, so let's just take a minute here and reflect on what I need for Sky. So I do tend to forget that one of the first tools that I get is actually a Sky tool. So with that, so thinking about that, we can take Mr. Kill from 1 Sky to 2 Sky. Faust will take him from 2 to 3. A memory will take him from 3 to... The right memory will take him from 3 to 5. At which point, I guess, we would need to use one of the drinks. But that's not too much to ask. I mean, the alternative is we just wait for winter. But that's a long time to wait to get to the 3rd floor. Oh man, we just have enough with... Okay. I can definitely see a path. Yeah, I think that's probably going to be the way that we get to the 3rd floor. Now, I have other stuff to do, so I'm not gonna do that right now. But that's the game plan. For the rest, honestly, we're going to catalog the books. Now, I may wind up cursed. That's always, that's always a risk. Incidentally, we've got the dispensary. So what I was originally thinking was I might be able to make some kind of like a Sky drink. Maybe I still can. But yeah, I was going to try and use the dispensary to create that. Anyways, yeah, so we may wind up cursed again. That's, cost of doing business. But let's catalog what we can. So, whist. What else? Faust. I don't think I have any more desks left. Oh, but I do have the consider verb. So in 30 seconds we'll see how screwed I am as far as my health. Okay, let's Trumpeter's Lily in summer. Summer Trumpeter's Lily flourishes like a shout. Should also get the sea holly if I can. I may not be able to make it all the way through. I am a little weirded out that one of my health seems to be missing. Okay, the world despoiled. So that's a 4 moth, or sorry, 4 moon. That seems manageable. Three flowers hath the tree. This text yet unrevealed in beta. That's a 4 nectar. Again, manageable. The orchid transfiguration's a birth. So that's 4 grail. Again, eminently manageable. The 7th voice, a 2 sky text. And on what is contained by silver, also a sky text. Oh, I'm obviously missing one. Black nephrite. Okay, that's a moon text. So yeah, these are well within my abilities. So we'll give it another day. Oops. I'm sure there are better places for the flowers. But yeah, so I think what I'm going to do, tomorrow I think tomorrow we'll catalog the rest of the books, read the ones that we can. If there's a storm, obviously we'll use Mr. Kill to, oh yeah. My visitor can teach me the rudiments of this sly language. So yeah, I figure what I'll do is, if there's a storm, we'll use Mr. Kill to get to the 3rd floor. If not, we're going to use all of our skills to read these texts, and then once we've read those texts, I can consider, I can consider moving on to the 3rd floor, and that way I'm not closing myself off from the possibility of being able to, to advance without giving up a resource. Not that the tea that I'm going to use is all that rare, but yeah, that seems to be kind of the easy way to divide my attention. Okay, so in summer's trumpeter's lily flourishes like a shout. Where's my bedroom? And then we'll get a Spintra from him for helping him out. It looks to me like I might actually be able to start on one of these books. Yep, Black Nephrite. Moon, a culmination. I can master the mystery in this book. Enough moon to match mystery moon. I could have cataloged it, but I have the memories here, right? So I've learned enough to puzzle out books in this language, though it might be slow going. You can use this. You can also use and improve this like any other skill. So I maybe should take a minute and see. Actually, I'm also curious. Well, I wouldn't know because it's a level 1. Well, no, I've got Nyctodromy open, though, so... So can I... Holy crap. So maybe at some point I do want to take a look and see, you know, with Scale and Nectar. Scale, Nectar, Edger, Grail. It says that I need lessons learned. Maybe that doesn't apply to languages. We'll see. The Shepherd Kings brought this speech west from Canaan to use in their wards and snares. Had they never come to Egypt, they might never have found a way to write it. Given its addictive qualities, that might have been for the best. You know what? I'm going to keep talking with Mrs. Kill, because when night comes, we'll be able to satisfy the request. So it did occur to me there is still a benefit to bringing in a number of memories. I also probably should have tried to recover an element of the soul, but it's definitely too late to do that now. So this is, if I can get an edge, I can actually try, I'll specifically try to level up Hyksos. Okay, the gossip might be just what the doctor ordered. All right, so. Oh, but I don't have consider. So hopefully I get that back before the end of the night, so I can see whether or not these things level up like the others. I'm guessing that it needs a lesson learned just like anything else, but. I don't think it hurts to verify. Like, this is the thing, right? Even if it's intended to work a particular way, that doesn't mean that's the way it works in the game. So it's always good to check. Okay, so we don't have anything else to say to Mrs. Kill. We will talk to Signor Corso. And they are interested in Scale or Moth. Have a single Scale or a single Moth? Doesn't, I mean, I can use any of them, but I like starting them off easy. My visitor has questions about matters generally left buried. I can bring answers to light. So again, the hope here is that we finish reading our book in time. One, so I can get the skill back, or the element of the soul back, but two, so that I can play around with the satisfaction and memory gossip. All right, Moon, a culmination. I've mastered the mystery in this book and gathered the lessons it concealed. So, first of all, I want to make sure that I'm still keeping track of the results. So fear is actually pretty helpful for me. Surely there's a lesson learned that comes. Wolf stories. Okay, so we can get that right away. Obviously, though, I want to see whether or not I can do something fancy with Hyksos. Yes, at least one memory must be a relevant lesson. So we don't necessarily know what the relevant lesson is. Certainly the wolf stories aren't going to help, but... Alright, a new skill. Sometimes we eat the wolf, and sometimes the wolf eats us. That's some kind of Eastern thing. Okay, so 2 moon, a scale... I don't really think I have... Oh, man, and it's Skolakosophy. I've got tons of Skolakosophy. I don't think... Trying to think if there's a clever way that I can find out what the ingredients are, but not without a an element of the soul. Now, what might be interesting would be, like, because I've got snow stories, it would be interesting to see if I could predict what the wolf stories will have. I'm not going to try that now, but, you know, worth considering. Okay, I do see value in speaking with Mrs. Kill to get the memory, so we're going to do that. But I do want to rush out the gate with the uncatalogued books. So, we'll use Arab with the Ava desk to study. We will use Shapt. There's no desk that takes Shapt. Go to hell. Wait, where's my metal? Just sitting there with Westcott's compounds. This is quite crowded in here, actually. It's getting pretty crowded in here, too. Let's try that again. I also haven't been looking, like, I haven't been going out to the moors or anything to see if I can pick up some goodies. But again, there's just so much for me to do, right? So, okay, Trist, Whist, Health, Shapt, Fost, Metal. We're using Arab in the Ava desk, and to bring Mrs. Kill into play. I noticed it seems like every once in a while it gets sort of stuck. I don't have a better way of describing it, but it's not a deal breaker. It just seems to disable the tooltips. So again, as always, there's the danger that we're going to get hit. Okay, sunny day. So that's 2. Okay, 2 sky. Let's think about how we play this. Assuming Mr. Kill has the 1 sky, and let's verify that because it could be someone else I'm thinking of. Yes, so Mr. Kill is 2 winter, 1 sky. So, with that memory, we bring him up to 3 sky. With Fost, we bring him up to 4. Right, and then we're still in the same problem. But I am actually going to take the time to review my tools, because we've definitely gotten a number of them, and for all I know, I'm sitting on another sky tool that I don't even know about. Yeah, I think we're still just going to be the one short. I mean, at that point, we just don't need to use the tool. We just give him the drink. And I mean, the drinks exist to be used, so I don't need to be too tight-fisted about those either. But again, I want to, where I can, be somewhat disciplined. Oh no, I'm gonna need to use everything. Okay, but that's fine. We will. I think this is definitely a time when we want to take advantage of the weather. Right, scale a conversation. How profound! You've satisfied your visitor and earned a reward, but they will be. But the more they learn, the harder they will be to satisfy in the future. Okay, Mrs. Kill stands ready to help. You'll always cheer me up, she says morosely. We will use our whist to get assistance from Mr. Kill. This is the point I might want to consider recharging Arab, except that I've already used up, like, I've done all my cataloging, so at this point now it's really just a question of what we need to read the books. Actually, with that in mind, I should be reading these books right away. So 3 flowers hath the tree. Yeah, we can do that with herbs and infusions. Oh, what am I doing? Okay, nectar, full flower. I can master the mystery in this book. Moving on. The Orchid Transfiguration's birth. I think we need to wait for Ava's desk to become available, but that is within our abilities. A 7th voice. Now this is a little more difficult. I don't actually want to use the Faust on this one, because I need that for Mr. Kill. So we'll use the World Despoiled instead. I think we're 1 short on the moon. I don't think I have a 3 moon. Yep, okay. Not a problem. We'll get past that. And we've already read that one. Okay. I actually have fewer options than I thought before. I don't think I have a 4 sky, sadly. So I am going to need to rely on some memories here. But I think the smart thing to do is... yeah, Furs and Feathers is my most advanced. So I think the smart thing for me to do right now is to take a look at the books that are currently being cataloged. We'll make some decisions based off of that, and then I'll just I'll attack the most difficult to read ones first. Okay, so Mr. Kill. I'm going to start by talking with him about Faust. Okay, on Resonance, which is also a sky text. And finally... True History of Valentine de Wolf. Okay, so... lots of sky texts. So here's how I think... All of this comes down to our ability to actually there's one that I need to refresh, and that's Arab, oddly enough. So I think a lot of this is just going to come down to what yeah, a lot of this is what memories we can generate. Now I think it's probably just as easy for us, because we're waiting a while to talk. I think probably the smart thing for me to do right now is use whatever. Basically, I'm going to use whatever remaining skills I have available. So, for instance, metal. I don't see any use for that other than to study right now. So it's like, well, you don't have a forge text, so what are you going to study here? True, but there's nothing stopping me from doing something like on resonance. And then we just say, okay, what's my, I just need something with a simple, okay, sights and sensations. Perfect example here. So just throw one of those on. Don't need to worry about a memory. Hit start. We're good to go. And we'll do that for basically every book that's at 2, because we have lots of different skills. Yeah, actually, in terms of whist, again, what am I going to use whist for? So... And again, as long as I've got level 2 sky or higher to deal with it, there's no advantage to matching the element of the soul to the. Although I might be running out of sky sky skills. I know furs and feathers is there. Yeah, so I'm just going to take a second here and verify. Is it really just furs and feathers? That's the last of the skies that I have? Because I'll use it if I have to, but it's kind of hoping to save it for something else. Well, I don't need to save it, but okay. As long as I have one tryst open, that's fine. Okay, so what? Oh, right, because it's not a desk, it's a dispensary. Okay. So that gets us started. I need a moon and I need a sky text. Sorry, a moon and a sky memory. So what are those? It is written is kind of my go-to for this sort of stuff. Weirdly enough, I also think it's the only one that gives me 2 sky and 2 moon. No, intuition also gives. Okay, so Orchid Transfiguration's a feast, and but here's the trick: we're not going to have enough. We're not going to have enough left over. Okay, so if it's a question of getting, I guess in this case we go for the moon because I have tryst. So we'll read it as written and hope to God we have a, yeah. And then the grail will sort itself out when when I recover my Arab. So the rest of this is going to be focused on improving Mr. Kill. We may not be able to get the stream of memories from Mrs. Kill like we normally do. Okay. Assistant and I are vigilant. So next up, let's use the astrolabe. What I basically want to do, I want to start with the kind of the non-consumables. So I can lend my assistant something to help increasing their abilities. You'll still be able to use this tool. No text, sadly. Okay, so he's up to 3. Now we hit him with the memory. More useful than one might... Sorry, talk about the weather. More useful than one might expect, especially in Britain. And I think this may have to be the last day. Actually, it did just occur to me that if we wind up in Numa tomorrow, there's going to be a bit of a problem. Okay, so finally we go for a beverage. I think what I'm going to do here, I'm just going to do a quick check on the wait a minute. Well, that that is worth remembering. Nice drop. I can offer my assistant something to drink. This will increase their aspects. They'll also be glad of the refreshment. Okay, so we've got the Arab back. We've also gained a confounding fable. So part of this is just going to be a race to see what desk becomes available first. So Ambrose's desk doesn't accept anything that I've got available to me right now. Yeah, so I think we just gotta wait. So picking flowers is super important, it turns out. So I'm going to have to wait a little while on this, but that's fine. What I'm going to do as well, so we'll kind of kit out Mr. Kill so that we can gain access to the final area. But what I'm really keeping an eye on is any... Okay, so we've got gossip. Sorry, that's one I got to write down. Okay. So that's another Leaves and Thorns lesson, which I've actually currently tied up. I kind of want to keep an eye on the different desks just to make sure that I'm not missing out on progress. Oh, hang on. Could have used this earlier. Okay. Orchid transfigurations. And for that we use desires and just said no! I'll just be patient. Alright, down to the Grushians. This has boosted their aspects appropriately. So we'll keep talking with Mrs. Kill. The theoplasmic miasma that hung around the room below is a little stronger here and a little different, with a rotten, musky scent that suggests a decaying reptile house. Perhaps something layered here after the inhabitants departed. Perhaps the inhabitants dreamed unwisely. In any case, the right counter-influences will dispel it. Here we go. The Regensburg Room. The physician Natan lived here in the 15th century, and his family after that, tolerated by the monks until King Henry dissolved the foundation and granted the isle to Hendrik. Hendrik turfed them out of the tower and furnished the place more to his own taste, but when Christopher Illopoli moved in 400 years later, he restored what he could. Illopoli wrote at the time of his sympathy as a rootless foundling for the outcast Natan. I don't know what I am, but I don't think I'm English. So here we've got a reference image, wine dark chair, an uncatalogued book. I'm probably going to have to leave that for another day. The Natan desk. Yeah, we can work with this. Not Eigengrau. There we go. Moon, a culmination. I can master the mystery in this book. Enough moon to match mystery moon. Okay. Not a moment too soon on getting rid of that confounding parable. So that came from a seventh voice. Okay, so this is another upgrade for us. I think I'm going to wait to see what the other books have given us. Memory Fear, another from Furs and Feathers, so... There was a... Oh, here we go. Leaves and Thorns lesson. And a Memory Foresight from On Resonance. So I'll confess, it's hard to imagine... It's hard to imagine don't think I'll... Sorry, I'm saying it's hard to imagine me recovering an element of the soul in time. So I may be in a bit of trouble somehow leveling these up. I think the best I can do at this point is stack up the... like the memories that I get, and then try to make the most of whatever remains. And we'll catalog the book when the, you know, when the time comes. So I figured the bells will probably be straightforward if I've got 2 foresight. But the priority probably should be to try and level up the highest level ones first. And the main reason for that is it's hard. You need to have just the right combination of memories, and because memories are unique, and particularly because I'm going to be relying on them being generated from books, I sort of have all my work ahead of me in terms of trying to try to make them all work. Oh, it's been a while since we've had some text here. So, the second volume of a compilation of quasi-Rosicrucian allegories, supposedly by Robert Flood. This is in the original Latin. Flood, or pseudo-Flood, suggests alignments between the alchemical tradition of Rubidoux and the older Grail traditions through the Pine Knight's quest for the Cinnabar Cup. So yeah, like I said, basically it's a question of just stacking up as many memories as I can, and then prioritizing, you know, so I think Furs and Feathers is the furthest along. So we try and work with that, then Leaves and Thorns, then, you know, and so on and so forth. Also, you know, if there's something that needs, you know, Heart and Nectar, you know, Heart's not particularly hard to get, but Nectar is not, you know, not straightforward. So, you know, maybe we prioritize those as well. Basically, it's about minimizing difficulty with what I have. But we're near the end of the day, so I'm hoping at the very least the remaining texts are read. So whatever lessons learnt we have left over. Okay, that's The World Despoiled. Gives us happy thoughts. Cool. Oh my god, what did I do? That was a completely unforced error. I could have had them both. Yeah, so a lot of like level 1 to level 2. It's not gonna be too challenging. Okay, that fear might actually help me out because I think there's one that needs scale. But if there's fear in this book... Okay, intriguingly enough, no satisfaction. Seek the cup in the birthing bed, the Pine Knight is told. The midwife at the birthing bed, to his amazement, is the Mountain Mother. In a fit of awe, he both gelds and flays himself. The vigilant storm bursts joyfully from the remains. Ah, and resurgences and emergences. So this is the one that I was looking for before. So this is the easiest one for me to deal with, because I just learn it. So, a new skill, birth and death are only directions. Between the two, we find a crossroads. So we'll start with that, and then once we're done talking with Mrs. Kill, we'll figure out what the most important improvements are. Actually, maybe I should get started on those right now. Okay, so do any of these need sky? Okay, this one uses sky so they can take advantage of the memory solace. Do any of them need edge? No. Okay, so this is obviously a job for the memory fear. I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. Okay, another memory solace, so that'll replace the one that we carelessly lost. Scale is now level 3, its aspects have increased. So leaves and thorns may be a priority. Okay, night has fallen, so we were at the... Let's wait the 30 seconds. I don't see... Actually, I'm too scared. Okay, so the gossip has rose. I don't think we need rose. Oh no, that'll help. So what about heart? Okay. That gets interesting. Okay, so the Magaphine Mysteries will just need one heart, which we can get from the Solace. Why did I need the Confounding Fable? It was probably to read the moon text, but I must have got the moon somewhere else. Okay. Nuts. Grail and nectar, you idiot. Okay, the bells, bells are the only one that the regret will use, so we'll consider that. So fortunately, the Magaphine Mysteries will be able to use... Oh, but you know what? I did mess up. I used the wrong grail. Because if you look, was it the preliminal meter? Oh, my bad. Why is that? Oh, because of the rows. Right. Okay. We're fine. Okay, Magaphine Mysteries. We'll give it the Solace. Yeah, why not? The rest of these don't really matter as long as I have them finished before the dawn, which I think we will. So this is particularly good for us. I did mess up the order, so I'm actually gonna take some time to sort this out. I think what I'll do, I did say this is gonna be the last day, and I do need it to be the last day. I'm already 7 hours in, but I mean, this is a statement on the game. You'll notice I don't really do this on a lot of other games. But what I'm gonna do here, I'm going to catalog the book. Like I'll lay the groundwork for the next day, and then we'll you know, I may not play it all the way through, but I'll at least see where we stand. Up to and including the Tree of Wisdoms. So, first things first, we want our memory generator, Mrs. Kill. It's almost certain we're not going to take advantage of anybody doing some work for us. I'll take a look. I'll see the options, but I just don't see it really. I don't see it moving the needle. Yeah. The only other game that really does this to me is Civilization. Okay, so we want to catalog a book. So I'm going to use Whist for that. This is probably just me not paying attention, but I haven't actually seen a curse that affects Whist yet. And there is this thing that says, name memory the part which remains. Most librarians know that books have souls. Most librarians hope for books with simple souls of Whist and nothing else. And I don't know why, but that just gives me the impression that this is the one that you catalog books with. But anyways, I'm sure there's something that affects Whist, and I'm gonna find it and be sad, but. Okay. I suppose if nothing else, we make some nectar ingredients out of it. 7 nectar. Okay. If it was autumn, this would do something interesting. As it is, we can get this up to 3. 3 on its own. Then I think we had a nectar instrument somewhere in here. I couldn't tell you which one, but I feel okay. So let's game it out in my head. With what I've got access to right now, I could get them up to 3 from memory and skill, or accompaniment. Oh, that's right. I can give people materials as well. So that's probably only like 1 nectar, but it's better than nothing. So we can get that up to 4. So the funny thing is, I probably can't do it now, but with an orchard... Yeah, I think in autumn that's a real possibility. Now let's think about Mrs. Kill. So I can get her up to 2 heart. With memory it goes to 4. Theoretically, if I had an instrument, it's 5. Now I don't know if I have a material. So a heart drink would do the trick. Don't quite have it. But yeah, we are definitely in, like, we can just reach, or not quite just reach. We're just out of reach of what we need. I am curious about this scale. I think I might have actually been able to use the scale before. So if fear is 2 scale, let me just double check that fear is 2 scale. Yeah, so fear is 2 scale. So so 3 scale from memory and collaboration. 4 from the tool. So then it's a question of drink or influence. Or not a drink or material. Alternatively, Timothy, if I can find 2 knock. Well, I guess that's the thing. If I can find something with 2 knock, then I don't need to worry about anything else for Timothy. And that'd be weird. Yeah, have I lost... Okay. Reverend Timothy has one knock on his own. I give him Shapt, which brings it up to 3. Advice on Containment, which brings it up to 5. Surely I have an instrument. I don't know why I keep looking here. Actually, I think I've said this before, and then I was like, well, what room is it in? And I was like, oh yeah, I guess I've kind of already looked at these. So maybe I don't. And yet I imagine that if I look, I'm probably going to find like a drink or something with some knock. Like, yeah, here's already a good example. So like, with Mrs. Kill, well, yeah, Mrs. Kill's a bit of a special case because I don't have core. So Mrs. Kill would go up to 2, then 4, and a drink would bring her to 5. But if we had a hard instrument, that would bring her to 6. So this is kind of why I don't think it's a bad idea for me to take, like, have a rest and figure it all out. Was there a book up here? I'm cataloging it though. Yeah, okay. Okay, so there's nothing with Reverend... Okay, I don't need to do anything with Reverend Timothy right now. There's no pressing need. So I think let's just catalog our book. Let's get our memories from Mrs. Kill, and we'll figure out the rest. Deaths of the Moon, and is written in Kilisimi, so not one that we know how to read. So that basically this is not a bad little milestone to mark here, right? I'm at the point where there are books left over, but they are not necessarily books that are in my kind of at my skill level. So now may not be a bad time for me to... So what there's a couple things that I'm going to do here. Honestly, it's just about getting the space at the top. Oh, that's a crash. Okay, I think this is the game telling me I should stop, but I do want to see where it saved. I'm actually wondering, because on Industries of Titan, it was a memory thing. Yeah, absolutely. Actually, I might have already screwed it, but let's... This is not the room I'm looking for. Or the window I'm looking for. Oh, come on. So I'm just copying and pasting. Nuts. I think I probably overwrote the log. Thank you, Hibiuni. And sorry, I don't recognize the name right away, but it usually marks if you've spoken before. So my apologies for not remembering off the top. Anyways, I just wanted to make sure that I saved the log file. Looks like we didn't lose anything, actually. Everything remembered, Hush House endures. Okay, good to know. So what I need to do at some point, I'm not going to do it now because, I mean, let's face it, like, I should be in bed. I should have been in bed like 2 hours ago, at minimum. Like, I'm over twice the length of a normal stream, and I started an hour later than I normally want to. So there's a few things that I want to do here. I need to sit down, and I need to figure out what my game plan is for getting into the other rooms. Because that's going to have some bearing on what I commit to the... Oh, okay, so Twitch is just not informing me the way it normally does. Anyways, thank you for saying goodnight and your good wishes. I am going to be wrapping up in a minute. I'm just going to try and at least state for myself what the intentions are for the next little bit. So the easiest room for me to get into is actually the glaring room, because I can just get Mr. Kill leveled up to to the 6 influence. Then we can give him the Solomon's preparation, and that gets him to 10 winter. So that's one room that I know I can access. Chances are there are other combinations I have available to me which are largely driven by the tools that I've unlocked in the various rooms. So, and then it's worth remembering that now that I'm able to build sort of, not things, but like materials. So like, nope, not the Paradise Palm. So yeah, like the potted Monstra. I don't really need to make Mr. Kill 1 nectar, but that's an example of something that I'm going to be able to throw at it. And in this case of something like Sky, that can matter. I can, if I can somehow get Mr. Kill to 8 Sky, let's say, well, now I'm able to access a 10 Sky room. So there's the low-hanging fruit of things like the Serpent-Haunted Bedroom, right? 6 knock, 6 scale should not actually be that difficult for me to achieve, especially keeping in mind that I have a scale instrument, the clock, or the hourglass. And then, of course, like, unlocking these rooms implies that, I may be able to unlock further rooms in here. I don't think... I don't know, 9 is tough, but not impossible. And then the Squawkful Logia, that one I kind of imagine being a bit harder. But, like, again, this is the sort of stuff that Like, is it hard? Yes. Is it something, like, is it impossible? I'm not convinced. Like, I think I probably have what it takes, and I've just been a little reluctant to push the boat out a bit further. So there's two ways that I can improve myself. So number one, I've been waiting to get to a point where I don't see a stream of books coming in. Because when I get books, that's what allows me to commit things to the Tree of Wisdoms. And again, I have kind of this regret minimization approach where, for example, Ragged Crossroads is skill 4, but it's not committed to anything yet. And it's because I didn't necessarily know at the start. Well, I guess for the case of Ragged Crossroads, it's the one you get with the archaeologist. But Auroral Contemplations is actually already committed to the Tree of Wisdoms. And I certainly wouldn't have if I knew that this was the one that was going to go up to skill 4. And so in this particular case, what I've done is I've tried to go as far as I can without committing things to the Tree of Wisdom, so I can make an informed decision in terms of where I sort of move in terms of traversing the tree. Now, one thing that's kept me from is I haven't been able to get like the super versions of things. So I think there's well, it's better if I just show you the barber's chair. Oh, nope, it is one of the. One of them is like I've committed health to it, and I can use it to like boost my health to, you know, to something cool. Basically, that's the gist of it. And I think there's a version of that for everything. I could have sworn it was the. No, it's not the dispensary. It's the barber chair. Oh, here we go. Attuned health. So this skill is attuned to my health. When you committed the skill to the tree, you gained health. Find somewhere with a matching evolve aspect, and you can use the skill once only. Oh, hang on. For some reason, I thought the barber's chair was the place for that. But I'm not so... Nope, yep, it is. Yeah, so basically I want to find all the other areas like this. So this is a really good argument, right, that I've got 2 health. So committing something to the Tree of Wisdom that gets me a health, the Tree of Wisdoms that gets me a health, is a good idea because I'm going to be able to get an even bigger health. Another thing that I may want to do would be if I have an opportunity to get a core, you know, I want to commit something there just because core would open up a lot of other opportunities for me. So under elements of the soul, I've got Shapt, Fost, Health, Trist, Metal, Arab, Whist. So that's 7 out of 9. I could be, you know, like getting Fet or getting core. I've actually not had quite the same need for Fet. Although I've probably paid for it. But again, if I'm at a point where I'm not going to be leveling up certain skills for a while, now is the time to start committing things to the Tree of Wisdom, Tree of Wisdoms, and seeing, you know, seeing where I can take all of it. So I'm sure I'm going to wind up doing that tomorrow. I think, or well, sorry, tomorrow. Whenever I stream this next, because again, there is the challenge. There's the possibility that Friday, the beta may be closed. But yeah, I'm thinking. Yeah, I'm thinking probably I first order figure out whether or not I have a credible path to certain rooms. 2, either complete that or, if not, start allocating things to the Tree of Wisdoms. particularly to get to the level of skolakosophy that I want, because, I mean, let's face it, you know, Ragged Crossroads 4, I can get pretty deep in the on that path. Now again, I don't want to do so recklessly. Like, I want to make sure that I'm doing it with purpose. I am getting some element of the soul that I need, and, you know, would be able to do some kind of attunement with. And then finally, like, I'm happy that I've spent some time with the skills, but I've just been a dabbler. There are very powerful things that you can make in the game, and I suspect that those are the things that are going to allow me to get deeper into these various rooms. And so this is going to be the time. So there's a few things, right? Like, I don't just want to like build small items that I can get like marginal bonuses from. I want to start thinking about things like, okay, there's a room full of mirrors. It accepts lantern and winter. It will also accept memories, lights, and elements of the soul. What specifically is it about this place that will, you know, like, do I give it auroral contemplations and all of a sudden I'm able to, you know, oh yeah, so evolve via Nyctodromy. I could use Nyctodromy to evolve my soul. Once you've committed a skill to Nyctodromy Wisdom, you can use the skill here to combine 3 identical soul cards into a greater one. So there's a reason I chose auroral contemplations, incidentally. But although now I'm curious if I were to put Ragged Crossroads. Yeah. Oh, hang on. Yeah, so I've not been paying attention. I keep looking in the wrong spot on these. So that already tells me something. The solar altar, does it not? Okay, no. So, yeah, so here's the thing. Like, turns out I get all of these evolutions as soon as I put the skills inside. It actually reveals them by placing them in. So there's the possibility here that I can actually level my character up very significantly, and all of a sudden a lot of these rooms become trivial. And all of that happens by going into the Tree of Wisdoms. Now again, I do think there is an advantage to me trying to, you know, go as far as I can with what I have to get those lessons learned. But it's very clear here that there are some there's like low-hanging fruit in terms of improvements that I can make. And I think the time has come for me to, at the very least, get my elements of the soul stronger. Alternatively, I should spend some time thinking about not just... So, like, one, I want to think about the various rooms that I'm going into, and what I'm trying to do with them. But on top of that, I actually do want to start going down the paths and, like, not just doing, you know, like a level 5 crafting. Like, I want to do the level 10. I want to do the level 15. I want to actually do some, like, meaningful work on these. But, and like I said, I need to wrap up. So let's take a look and see who's online tonight. I don't know if there will be anybody, but doesn't hurt to look. Oh, Katako. All right. So Katako is streaming. Oh, sorry. Before I do that, there is sometimes people will stream Book of Hours. So sadly, it's just me. But Katako is an Australian broadcaster currently playing Silent Hill 4. And is a nice person I met through Outworld's channel. So I figure probably doesn't hurt to send you along that way. At the minimum, I plan to stream on Friday. If I get a chance to stream earlier, I will. I'll mention that on Twitter. But given that I'm not going to be getting a lot of sleep tonight, let's not commit to anything but the normal schedule. But again, thank you for the extended stay. Please enjoy Katako's broadcast, and we'll see you all in the next one.